track of a fixed approach, which always assumes that growth is the aim of the organization.
Well, just because we've come to the half past almost, just 2 minutes away, and then Noelia is going to tune in. We're going to hear a bit from her. I see Lorenzo's here, which is wonderful. We're going to be hearing from him later on. I see some great friends have come in, like Brent and Adina. And I see that Paul Foster's here, which is great. And I said hello to Nick earlier, and Edward and Marcin and Michael. So you are very, very welcome. I'm scanning like this, making sure I haven't missed anybody. We love cameras on if you want to have them on. We don't mind what you're wearing. If you're in your pajamas or your suit, it doesn't matter. If you're in a quiet space, keep the mic on if you want. If maybe you want to just add something in at some point. If you're in a noisy space, obviously watch out for that. But Paul, do you want to just put that question again that about an hour and a bit ago, that you beautifully said, if you can remember it? I think it's just such a poignant thought for us to reflect on as we go into the next couple and a half hours.
So, I mean, we framed it as, it sounds like an either or, but it's not. It is that one question is, how can digital technology, how can AI kind of make double-digit growth less harmful to the environment? If that is going to be the continued model, how can we make that kinder, better, and so on? But the challenge question was the second one, which is, how can digital technology reframe the conversation that businesses have? You know, what if we weren't obsessed with growth? Where could digital technology take us? And we had Lavina mention, you know, there are already alternative revenue generation models. And we already have a backlash and a reaction to, even from the small island states who are already being most impacted by the climate change from the activities that we in the West and other parts of the world, the capitalist world, have done, is let's get creative here. What if double-digit growth was not the aim? Where could technology take us? And that's, I'm going to be personal, that's what excites me. That's what interests me. And I sort of feel a bit disappointed at the failure of imagination of those corporations that are still stuck on a narrative that was set decades ago. And perhaps it wasn't even right then.
Is the first line of thought acceptable to you, Paul? Or are you just trying to get more people over to the second line of thought?
The thing is, the paradox of it is if, for example, you're a theatre maker, trying to get the biggest audience for your show out of love, enthusiasm, and passion is okay in its own right. It's not that growth itself is wrong per se, but when growth starts to create harm around it, we have to question it.
But you know, I guess we're also living in the real world, aren't we, Paul? And if you and I start a theatre company and we have a show that runs every night and it's 20% full, and that's 20 people in a 100-seater audience, and they say, my goodness, you know, you changed our life, that was incredible, and then we go home and we feel incredible at ourselves, all the way to defaulting on our mortgage. And you know, the efficiencies of scale are truly available, aren't they? A CRM platform is largely the same cost whether you're making 50,000 or 500,000. I feel that we have a business environment set up for companies immediately to try and scale, and trying to stay small can be very difficult.
Well, you've hinted, Richard, also before in good ways that health, well-being, happiness, purpose, community, all of these things have moved away from the sentimental corners of the business world to becoming aims for many people. And in a world, you know, mired in war, peacefulness, these things are viable and real. And equally, technology is offering ways for us to enhance and grow those things. And so I guess that's what I'm hoping for from the conversation this evening, that this isn't an anti-corporate, anti-capitalist meeting. It's just simply pointing out that that particular route isn't necessarily very innovative anymore.
I think you're phrasing it beautifully. It's easy to get annoyed, of course, and that's not the purpose of today. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Leon. Great to see you. But I'll say a few hellos. David Symes, alive and well. That's always a good sign.
Just about. Coffee's keeping me upright.
Wonderful to see you here. What a great treat. And then Sam's here. The other Michael here. Michael Hogwarts here. Anitia's here. Mia's here. Oh no, Mia's otter is here. That's not quite the same. Ali's otter is here. We get a lot of otters these days. Gerard is here. David's here, Simon's here, Judy's here. I think that's probably Sophia that says UNET One Planet. I suspect so. Another Richard's here, so you're very, very welcome. Pravine's here. It's great to see you. Noelia's here, so let's hit that spotlight. How are you?
All good. Hello,
Good.
everyone.
So we said we were going to lean into your world for a little while, Noelia, in our pre-event today. We usually do 2 hours of a forum, and then we do an after party, and now we're doing a community call and a pre-interview. So I think we're in for 6 hours of programming tonight. So if anybody does the full 6, then let me know and I'll send you a certificate for the end of the evening. But I'm full of beans right now, but how that'll look at about 7 p.m. tonight. Noelia, I was going to ask you to introduce yourself, but Jerry, you might already have a plan on that, do you? So can you tell us who's on our screen now?
Yes.
Yeah.
So our inaugural expert interviewee, this is the first time we've done this, joins us also. She's in the UK with us. She's one of few people in the world with whom I entirely agree on the crucial issues surrounding sustainability. But I should emphasize that the last time I publicly disagreed with a woman, I lost my house. She sits at the intersection of science, technology, and sustainability solutions for businesses transitioning to net zero and biodiversity, net gain. She has extensive experience in computational modeling of complex systems, a PhD and 15 years of an academic career in astrophysics, data science and applied AI for business consultancy and practice building. Her work as a sustainability specialist at Microsoft focuses on helping businesses develop their technology strategies and policies to reduce carbon dioxide emission, water consumption, waste management, to help restore ecosystems and optimize their value chains. She's a member of the WEF task force that embodied carbon assessment, an active participant of the climate justice movement, and an advocate of the global South perspective. Among other publications, Data, A Guide to Humans, with P. Harvey, explores the use of data and AI for the success of the Sustainable Development Goals. Please give a warm family MKAI welcome to the remarkable Dr. Noelia Jimenez Martinez.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gary. And thank you for pronouncing my name properly, which is a challenge.
We took the whole day off yesterday just to practice. No, you're very, very welcome. And we wanted to have a chat with you first, because I think in conversations like this, it's great to start out here and then find our path into some of the detail. So if you can do us the privilege of kind of staying fairly big picture at first, I think that would be really helpful. We've been chatting for just over an hour and a quarter now as a community. And one of the questions that the great Paul Levy put forward was about the role of, hey Kapil, the role of technology to enable double-digit growth, and the role of technology to challenge our perceptions of what growth even really means, which is a wonderful question. One thing that you've spoken to us a little bit about in preparing for this interview is that the first one's got some flaws of thinking, and we're going to talk a lot about the circular economy later on, and that's going to be great to hear about and understand. But the concern of thinking like that is that you think that there is a real technological solution to a problem, and the circular economy can't escape physics, like entropy and degradation of products and minerals and whatever. So of course, it's a concept, it's not a reality. You have to constantly furnish the circle with new materials. But staying big picture, what are some of the challenges or limitations of our thinking if we think that we can have what we have now in a sustainable way?
Well, yeah, I don't know if we cannot have what we have now in a sustainable way. That probably is too broad, and I declare I am not well equipped to assess such a question. But I do think, as you mentioned, that one of the challenges in setting up the new thinking and the new frameworks on how our societies are going to evolve in the future states the fact that we can grow. Maybe not at the pace we've been growing so far. And so we claim that we will have circular economies that will reuse materials and put in a simplified way, we will utilize everything that's already in production to keep on producing things. And that's fundamentally in conflict with the laws of physics. Two of them. One of them is the second law of physics, which is the entropy of a system will only increase. So how that is translated into what we are saying, basically, there is no material that will be infinitely recyclable. You can think of any type of material. After a few cycles of reusing, it will have lost their properties, their basic properties. But it also challenges the fact that energy is infinite, because for production and for the growth of a society and a system, we have relied heavily on the production of energy as well. And so far, I think it's in the belief of everyone that energy is a source where we just can pull as we want, as long as there's an offer, there will be a demand, and vice versa. And that's simply, again, not true. The sources of energy are limited. Unless we understand how to source the sun, which will be another type of civilization. There's actually called type 2 civilization in the, you probably, or everyone that follows sci-fi will know what I'm talking about. But unless we understand how to source the sun quickly and in a non-intermittent way, as it is now, because we have this problem with the renewable energy that's not as reliable, let's say, as the fossil fuel and carbon produced energy so far. So what I was saying is, as long as we don't have an infinite source of energy that we can rely on automatically on real time, and it will provide for our growth, we will have to start limiting. Yeah, the Kardashev scale, someone said it. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I couldn't think what it was. And I love talking about the Kardashev scale, but let's not go down a rabbit hole.
Do you want to explain to the people what we are talking about, Richard?
Well, I in the context that, yes, because a lot of people complain about AI models and blockchain being big users of energy, and they are, and that's a problem for sure. And, repurposing coal mines in Kazakhstan to mint Bitcoin is not something I consider a good use of energy, but there are incredibly good uses of energy that come out of this. And I think when you zoom out of that, and should we ever find an advanced civilization in our galaxy or beyond, the quickest and simplest way of understanding how, in inverted commas, advanced they are is how much energy they're using.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't quite to answer your point, but we are just going to use more energy as we do more in the world. That's a fact. And let's not forget that the reason we don't use renewable energy is mostly down to lobbying than it is, that we haven't wanted it or got it. But we harness very little of our natural resources, putting us probably not even level 1, I think level 0 on the Kardashev scale. And then level 1 is where you harness all of the energy that's available on your planet. I think 1% of the sunlight in one day would power us for 100 years or something like that. And then level 2 is where you harness the energy of your solar system. And then 3, you start harnessing black holes and stuff like that. I don't know, something like that.
Which will be something
I mean, that's
very, very
decades away before
what
we...
do you need to know from these companies? And
Let's
how much
just
of it you actually
play
get?
whack-a-mole a bit here on muting some people, if we can, whoever's speaking at the moment. Thank you. Not sure if that was helpful, but that's my understanding of the Kardashev scale.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it was. If we could ideally leverage as much energy as we wanted from the planet, that would be, I think, fundamental for the growth, as you are saying. Society and progress, as we call it, progress, we can question what progress is, but technological progress, it's tied up to energy supplies. So there will be probably a way to decouple the energy consumption to the growth, and that's crucial for making our system sustainable. But in the meantime, I think we should be aware that when we talk about circular economy, when we talk about growth as it is right now, if we keep on measuring success of companies and businesses on GDP growth, we are talking about growth in a linear, even exponential way. And that requires that we have an infinite amount of resources and an infinite amount of energy, which we don't. And it's not that I want to bring the uncomfortable feeling of scarcity, but we should be thinking in terms of planetary boundaries. We should be thinking, what is actually a priority to produce? What's a priority to build? What is a priority to put our energies and our limited resources into? We shouldn't be just doing everything we can because we could. That will be probably my first pointer on what are the challenges. I haven't heard anyone in the space acknowledging that there is no infinite amount of resources, infinite amount of recycling available. And that's worrisome. In my opinion, it's the scientific knowledge has not been collated into these discussions on how systems will work. So that would say it's a main problem so far.
So Noelia, I think it's so interesting to hear, the relationship between energy versus the growth. And we're talking about circular economy, and we are going to be talking about circular economy more during the panel discussion as well. Do you think that there are practical targets for a circular economy? If there are, and are there any limitations to adopt them as a primary objective? Do you think that is so?
What do you refer as a practical target?
So when we talk about the circular economy, we are talking about raw materials, secondary raw materials, and the things around it. And we are saying that mostly we are using linear economy. Yeah. So to make circular economy more practical, is there a way around it, do you think, or are there challenges in adopting that?
I don't think there's much ways around the principle that any material will degrade. That's just simply the laws of physics. So we can build more reliable materials. We can try to use the latest technology to make them as strong and able to be used in as many cycles as possible, but there will be a point that those materials degrade, and new sources of materials should be injected into this wheel of the economy. So still, though, I think the circular economy is better than the linear economy. Let's make a point here. So the first point would be to address that this circular economy, it's already an improvement. The second point is we cannot build and we cannot use all the resources as they were infinite. So the challenges are which and how a society is going to prioritize how those resources are going to be used for the wellness of the biggest amount of people at the same time. Not the 1%, but the rest of the people.
Thank you, Noelia. I think what came about is we are also talking about carbon emissions and growth. So my next question to you would be, how can tying up CEOs' budgets and compensation to CO2 emissions removed or avoided in operations, do you think, can it be done around business operations itself? And if it is done, what would be the challenges that you see?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very interesting, because what we see a lot in the industry right now is people at the industries and businesses that do want to move in the right direction, but there are no real incentives apart from probably a little bit of policy and regulation coming in the way, as well as consumer choices, especially from the younger generations that are willing to pay more for products and services that are ecologically sourced and sustainable. But middle management and high management are usually very much detached from the systems of incentivation, compensation, to say the least. So this very good news coming in our way that CEOs are going to get bonuses based on their CO2 emissions removal efforts, tons avoided. It's probably the only way to make people care at this point. What the challenge I see, if that will be the first bit, which is I do think we need to make the decision makers accountable, especially because of the historical moment we're living. We do not have a huge amount of time to maneuver ourselves out of the extinction, basically. So people that are right now in decision positions are crucially are the only ones that can turn around the situation if they act collaboratively. How they're going to act collaboratively is so difficult, so many interests pulling from different sides. I do think that if we tied up what they care the most to the CO2 emissions, then we will see some action. The challenges to that, it's like the challenges as any other big complex problem of many variables, which is there might be loopholes, there might be greenwashing. There's a huge amount of ways to have a clear system across different institutions reporting for CO2 emission. I mean, that's what the reporting wants to be doing, that we have a benchmarking across industries and sectors to see how industries are performing. But this is a huge amount of work. And I've seen that in the first hand. It's a huge amount of work to put that data and that reporting, that clarity and transparency together. So that's a big challenge. But I think it's doable. And I think we're going in that direction.
Noelia, how much of this is a transition that we have to make, and how much of it is a sort of a period in time? I mean, if we go back to what you were talking about before and about harnessing technologies for energy, for example, it's quite easy to picture a future 100 or so years from now where you think actually we could have surplus energy, completely renewable, whatever form that took, if it was fusion or whatever. And therefore, that would really change everything in our society. Have we got to assume that won't be the case in terms of our mindset and take the worst possible scenario as the way that we approach our transition in business? Does that make sense?
Yes, I think the way to act, I would assume the worst possible scenario to act as quickly as possible, because it's not just the CO2 emissions that we need to avoid. It's also the biodiversity crisis and the sixth extinction we're walking through. That one is a problem that's way more complex than just CO2 emissions. So I wouldn't rely that we're going to figure out everything and be positive about it. And the other big problem is the bias, and I come from the tech industry, that technology is going to solve all our problems, and that's not true. Technology can help, but this is a human-made problem, and it will require a huge amount of collaboration. And that's not a technology problem, that's a human problem. So I don't know if this answers your question, Richard. You want to reformulate?
No, that's very helpful. Thank you. I'm just curious. We've got about 4 more minutes with Noelia, and then we'll transition into our session. Noelia is going to stay with us, which is great. Does anybody have a question for her that would like to put their microphone on, or nudge me or Jaisal to read out? I'd love to hear.
I have one potentially, if that's of use. I've been working alongside people who are attempting to sort of make shifts in the direction of green energy and green low carbon applications of high energy consumption systems like blockchain and AI and this kind of thing. And we've been looking at, for instance, repurposing pre-existing blockchain mines to, use them for future high energy consumption requirements, like, for instance, metaverse-related streaming and this kind of thing. But also with the regards to artificial intelligence, there are some fairly large global players who seem to have a genuine interest in the net zero agenda to getting us to look at the sourcing of components and the development of chips, as well as the development of software that delivers artificial intelligence at the lowest possible energy consumption and with the lowest possible environmental impact. I came into this slightly cynically, thinking sounds a bit greenwashy to me, but actually there seems to be, given how secret they're keeping their involvement in it, I think that they're legit, that they actually want to do it genuinely, which is positive. But in my experience, a lot of the big stuff that needs to be done either needs to be done through lobbying, or if it's being done by commercial enterprises, through leading them by the financial nose in the direction that we want to take them, i.e. working our way to make it profitable to do the things that we need them to do for the survival of the planet. So I was just interested in your thoughts on that one, and whether the application of, I hesitate to use the word psychology because we're talking about organizations here, but corporate psychology, effectively working out how to manipulate these large money driven concerns in the direction that we need them to go, plays a part in your own approach. Yeah,
thank you, David. This is a very interesting topic. I was just in a panel this morning with financial institution, banks and insurance. And they think this is the question: how are we going to influence these companies, these massive flows of cash into the right direction? So we think, I say we because we were working in groups. So the solution we came up with is that if we keep on pushing the responsibility to the government, to the corporate, to the people, actually no one is going to do anything, because it's always easier to look, it was yours to take this one. So it's at this point of a crisis, as adults in charge of making decisions, we cannot shy away from what's the right thing to do, even if this means losing profit for a while. It's not that you're going to never recover, but it needs to be understood as a crisis, as an emergency, and the decision makers need to move into the space, even at the risk of losing money. That's the biggest of the conclusions. The other thing that it was super clear is that the cash flows exist. So it's also profitable for the companies to do the right thing for two reasons. One, because if they don't do it, they won't have any business, because there won't be anything to be doing business with. And the other very appealing reason is that it's been shown that companies that adopt the ESG frameworks are overall in a better financial situation. Plus the well-being for the employees, there's the values change, etc. So there's a huge amount of anti-ESG movement in the US at the moment. I can imagine people joining from the US have heard all kinds of lobbies against this regulation, but it's undeniable that that's the only way to do business now and in the future. There's absolutely no way that even the worst oil and gas companies have understood this already. So I am positive that the cash flows are going to be directed in the right place. I do think as well that we need to make pressure in wherever the aspect of our lives is, as a consumer, as a citizen, as an employee. We cannot hide away our responsibility right now.
Can I possibly make a comment?
Sure.
Yes, I was thinking that whilst we are thinking ahead about shortages and everything that you said, and I completely agree with you, it seems that we do not think at all about all the resources that we actually have and do not redistribute.
Sorted.
In other words, what I'm trying to say is that we have people starving whilst we are throwing away tens of tons of food. This doesn't make sense to me, because if we redistribute that food, we'll have years and years of people eating and us not consuming raw materials to produce that food, because you're absolutely right, you know, eventually we run out. We have obesity. In America, I have seen it shocking. It's steaks that are 1.5 kilograms of meat that either people eat and die, or they don't eat and throw away. Now that amount could feed a family. We have tons of clothes that are being landfilled and burned. So I don't understand. I am absolutely convinced that if we redistribute everything that's already produced and available right now as we speak, we could save, we could first of all gain time to think and reorganize, and we could save a lot of resources and all the rest of it. And I think that whilst we are trying to find solutions, we keep making the same mistake in the background. Every day we are on a committees to find solutions to how to use the energy and materials. We are throwing away raw material which are value added through the value chain.
This is completely true. And the only answer I have to you is human stupidity. We are not very smart. We might think we are a very smart species, but we are not.
Yes, but there is a balance here, because the people who have intervened actually in practice is not the governments, it's the society. And that's a very interesting position in terms of who is the smart people and who actually take their responsibility seriously. And it is collective, it's not the governments.
I think so too. Yeah, I would say if
charities, they have started redistribution of food, etc. It's not the government and the corporations.
Exactly. So I think what we can do as citizens is organize ourselves. So for example, to push these type of solutions locally, because you can also organize this for your neighborhood. And I think we should do it. There is, this is called the optimization of the value chain, if you had to put it in more sophisticated terms. And businesses are looking into this, yes, but how long is it going to take that transformation? Meanwhile, the grassroots movements have actually achieved way more by pressuring supermarkets and restaurants to not throw away the food, for example, and pass it through to places of where people that don't have a home can go and pick up lunch in special fridges. So this is working. I think it's not working at scale. So this is true. The other thing you just mentioned is like, why are we keep on producing clothes? No one needs more clothes. Enough with this. We should close everything and circulate what's already existing. I agree with that too.
It's very interesting, because I am a mentor in high-tech startups, and the innovation there is absolutely mind-blowing. You know, they make fabrics out of banana peels and out of things that come. I mean, it's mind-blowing, but the purpose is the same. In other words, here I've made a banana peel dress, but the purpose is that I want you to buy more dresses
that we don't need. Exactly. Yes.
Exactly. So I'm thinking that it's just such a kind of transfer. It's what you gain with one hand, you actually undermine with the other. Even the brands, high street brands, they say return your garments, you know, and we give you a voucher, but you give a voucher to buy another new item in their shops.
No, I agree. And it goes back to, maybe I should recommend you all this very interesting book of, it's called Degrowth. And I think that's probably the answer as well to our system. It's, let me see who's the author. I'm very bad at names, but this person goes in extent explaining why there will be, yes, it's Hickel, that's the author. Jason Hickel. I can put it on the chat so you all have a good idea. And I think he goes in explaining why GDP is a very bad measurement. It's something from the past, and it helped only 1%, because here we are with obesity, with poor, like a huge amount of poor people related in relation to how many people are really wealthy and having a good time. So
I'm not sure they're having a good time, by the way.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
don't all the psychotherapists tell us they're miserable?
They are. I've heard that too. But the tragedy is that we are destroying the planet, so the 1% can jump around across with their private jets in these stupid parties.
They do love those jets.
And the rest of us and the rest of the people, I mean, I consider myself very lucky and privileged. I'm an educated woman from Latin America. That's a lot to say. For what? Because it's not that we've been partying for the last 2,000 years, and that's why we're going to be extinct. It's been a struggle for most of people that have been born in this planet. So I think we need to go very deep and rethink our society. Circular economy is great, but it's not going to be the solution for everything. The solution is probably, as you say, Adina, going deeper on what are our values, and why do we need to keep on consuming greedily and eating more and buying more? What's the need we need to cover, no? Because there's something there, I think.
But you are absolutely right in saying, and I agree with that, the answer is not in technology. Technology is a mechanism. The answer is in psychology, neuroscience, and sociology. And
Dina, you're right. We've been sold a myth. We've been sold a myth that,
yes.
More stuff makes us more happy, and
it's all in the mind. It's all the manipulation that is being done by psychologists actually to sell. The whole marketing thing was invented in the 50s in America, when there was the economic boom, and the psychologists came in and said to corporations, do you want me to tell you how you are going to sell more cars and more whatever vacuum cleaners? Yes, I'm going to manipulate the 5 basic instinct and emotions, fear, anger, jealousy. This is how it works every single time. It's the buttons. It's so mind-blowingly simple, and yet no one seems to pay attention.
Google plays to the brain, Facebook plays to the heart, Amazon plays to the gut, Apple plays to the groin. It's
absolutely, absolutely. It's so primitive. It's mind-blowingly primitive, and everyone is trapped in this thing. It's incomprehensible.
I've got to say a welcome, because we're at 5. It breaks my heart to interrupt you, but we're at 5 past, and I know a lot of people have just joined us on the hour, because that's the official start time. We were having a pre-event, and I always recommend coming early if you want to do these things. I also see some great friends as well who've got some videos on, which is always pretty awesome. So I see Sharon's arrived. The wonderful Fritz is here. Hey, Fritz, great to see you. Anna's arrived. Good morning. I know, sorry, it's a bit earlier today, even earlier for you. You're very welcome. Marcus has arrived, great friend and community member. Karen's here as well. Thomas is here, that's great. And then Sange, your video was on just a moment ago. So if you want to get a big hello, then you make it a lot easier for me if your video's on, which is also an incentive to put on, because it's really nice to see people. Let's just remind ourselves of the rules in inverted commas. And I know Kapil and Brett, you wanted to add a comment, and we'll definitely make time for that in a second, because we've spotlighted you, want to hear from you. We've got a lot to cover in 1 hour and 54 minutes, but do not worry. We will be having an after party, and we won't close this session until everybody said what they wanted to say. I guarantee we will keep this open as long as it takes until everybody said their piece and what's on their mind. Which often means I get a bit hungry later on, but we carry on. We're not here, any of us, to say that we're right or we know best or we're experts. Yes, we have invited contributors, and we're so grateful they're here. And Noelia is one of those who's just spent some amazing time with us, and I'll express my gratitude in just a moment. We're here really because we want to get, hey Jana, a broader perspective. We want to see the world from different eyes. Hey Faizan, looking cool on the TV. And we want to see how other people see the world. That's the great benefit. We will be from so many different countries, different ages, different perspectives, backgrounds, you name it here. That's what we try to filter out into the world with these forums. And never forget that these discussions like this, they have great power. and they go into amazing places and they instigate all kinds of things. And we've seen that time and time again. There's a lot more that happens than just 2 hours of conversation here today. So a huge welcome to those that have joined us. What are we at? Hundreds, right on the number. And shouldn't be at capacity. Oh, it probably is. I actually upgraded the account to more, but that's a little concerning that it stopped at 100. We'll look into that in a second. So use the chat. Let us know who you are. Pop your LinkedIn or Twitter if that's your preference. Tell Eric to stand by. We'll work out why that is. Shouldn't be. It's not something you can test without getting 100 mates to come and test it with you. So use the chat extensively. We've got some great contributors tonight. We've got a lot to pack in, and then we'll carry on going for as long as it takes. The wonderful company Data Reply as well. Check them out. They support our work. They're very thoughtful, and they don't put any limitations on what we can say and what we can't say. They just are an organization, a business that wants to see more of what we do in the world. So we're hugely grateful for them. So welcome. We've got some people spotlighted already. Sofie, you're very welcome from UNEB. Noelia. Hey, Sofie.
How are you all doing? I just had to find the unmute button.
Oh, I thought you were just doing a wave, and then I
was as well. It was a sort of a meantime wave until I sorted out the technicalities of working in digital tech and dealing with digital tech, but all good.
No, that's perfect. Noelia, I hope you'll stay with us for a bit longer. That was fascinating to lean into your mind and your world. So please let me express deep gratitude. You had 2 preparation sessions with us. You've dedicated a lot of time to today and preparing for it. Thank you so very much. And please join me in the chat. Even if you only just caught the end of what Noelia was talking about, please just join me in thanking her for her involvement so far and hopefully continued.
Thank you so much to all of you and for giving me the space to say very controversial things, because I'm sure this is the right space and it's not usually easy to talk about these topics. So thank you very much for creating this.
You're very welcome. We try to tread that line of open honesty and acceptance of how situations are and speaking about those with a great journey of kindness as well. And there's no point blaming anybody, but we do need to be realistic at the same time. So welcome new joiners. If anybody gets a chance to go into the MKAI account and see how we can open up to more than 100, given that we have paid for the extended license, perhaps Alex, you might do me the great honor of looking into that in the short term. Noelia, thank you again. Kapil and Brett, have you got a question or a comment before we jump into the session today?
More of a comment, actually. It might become a question afterwards. So essentially, I've been thinking about when in the past humanity has come together to work out a problem together, whether it's a crisis or anything else. And it's very difficult to imagine, even now, for recent experience of pandemic showed that we didn't work together. We haven't worked together. There was a big divide between have and have-nots. So essentially, in my simple head, it seems like there is only 2 or 3 ways you can make things happen. One is you make it so convenient for people to do something, and the companies or organizations which make it that way essentially are rewarded commercially. So that's why the incentive is. And second is to force people to do something, which is where the government and regulations come in. So I think that's a very simple kind of observation, and I'd be happy to hear more from others. But that's all the comment I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brett, what about yourself?
Myself, yes, I'm unmuted now. Yeah, so I'm responsible for City of Coventry, but much of our work is focusing on behaviour change. It keeps resorting back to that. Not too long ago, actually, I gave a TED talk around the value sets, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done with the media nationally and locally in relation to this. So how many of you seen programs on television that celebrate success as a good thing, as a positive thing? So someone who's, I lived in a street, in fact, a guy owned 5 Ferraris. And I keep challenging him as to what he thought he could do. Using one was an excess in its own right, but what's the need for 5? But we as a society don't do that challenge. It's often seen as a political thing because it's often seen as like a socialist, but this isn't about socialism. This is about practical realities of limited resources, living on the planet with limited resources, when you have some people who actually are selfish. Let's be honest, this is what it is. They are selfish individuals who are thinking about their own needs with irrespective of anyone else on the planet they live on. And at the moment, they are allowed to continue to do that because society kind of values it, looks up to it. It looks at every time you see an Oscars award, you know, a new film star in a brand new, very expensive dress that's worn once and thrown away, or other things. It's this kind of disposable society. We are kind of celebrating that as a internationally across the world, and we need to start to create a movement that challenges those value sets, because otherwise we're always going to be in this position. You know, we don't show someone with an excess and then counterpoint it with someone who actually lives in fuel poverty. So I have colleagues that know families that living in parts of London where they actually are it's so limited in terms of resource, they actually take a light bulb from one room to another. You've got that sort of ridiculous extreme within a developed nation, where we've got people who are incredibly wealth, showing extreme wealth, and others that are not. And I don't think this is something that unfortunately gets seen as being right or left wing. And I think we need to kind of move away from that political debate and move it towards actually, this is one about limited resources and how we use them, and to challenge the media and the way it presents things. It never brings that other counter when it talks about those things. It never looks at the downside. You can see news articles that refer to some excess. The next item starts talking about the serious problems around climate change, but doesn't make the connection between the two. So we need to find some ways of, across all of our organizations, working with the media to shift that mindset and that way of thinking. Some years ago when I was younger, I tried to do some campaigning around issues where we use companies' own messages in against them. So for example, Coke used the strap line, "It's the real thing." And I suggested with Franziska at the time that, well, why don't we use the image of a destroyed rainforest, where there were rainforests that had been destroyed for citrus crops. When the citrus crops were failing in Florida, they were taking areas of rainforests further south to destroy them, to plant citrus crops to help some of the drinks that they were manufacturing. And they wouldn't do it because they thought it was too risky. But my view, it's like, use their straplines, use their logos, like it's a difference you can tell, which is, you know, which everyone knows, those kind of things. But put the real image against that, and then their like brand, right? It devalues the brand. And I think that effect hits where it really hurts. And I think it's about trying to shift that thinking. I know there is an organization.
Fred, I'm just going to hop in because we've got 2 hours and we've got a lot to cover and we've got scheduled agenda. Okay, so really appreciate it. We've got the after party, we've got the chat, and it's really great to hear from you. And forgive me doing that. It pains me to do that. You know that, right?
No, that's right. Fine.
I really appreciate your comments, Brett. And you've launched us in perfectly for the topic that we need to get into. It is about this perception and about what props this up in the first place. And I want to welcome Sofie again. Jerry, do you have Sofie's bio in front of you?
I do. So joining us from Copenhagen, Denmark, our first guest is the Digitalisation Coordinator at the One Planet Network, a multi-stakeholder initiative hosted by the United Nations Environment Programme, with more than 700 actors from governments, businesses, civil society, international organisations, and the scientific community. With a background in partnerships and business development, as well as digital platforms, data management and analysis for evidence-based strategic development, she now leads the One Planet Network efforts on digitalisation for the circular economy, a new expert-driven impact initiative focused on harnessing the potential of digital technologies to accelerate the shift to the circular economy through effective digital business models global standards, and enabling public policies. Please welcome the remarkable Sofie Terp.
Thank you so much, Gary. Thanks for the introduction and happy to be here.
Would you like me to introduce Paul as well? Although I guess everybody probably knows Paul.
Yes, because I'd like to just get Paul to help us to launch this evening as well. So please, yes.
So from the United Kingdom, our second guest sits on our board as design advisor and can only be described as the definitive polymath. His pronouns are they and them. He founded and has been a director of the Fringe Review for over 17 years. In search of a review, we contacted several leading hairstylists, but to no avail, though they all said they'd check it out in the future. As we all know, it's the leading fringe theatre publication. He's a writer, thinker, conversifier, collusion breaker, founder of TATS3000.net, which is a place to explore and engage with change, transformation, creativity, and digital innovation. He's widely published and is the author of Digital Inferno, an insightful guide for those seeking to consciously navigate the noise and confusion of the digital age. He's a tutor of some amazing postgrads at the University of Warwick. He's probably one of the most intelligent people on earth. Please welcome our good friend and colleague, the astounding and unique Paul Levy.
We are biased, though, to be fair, because we flip and love Paul Levy. So, that is factored into the intro. But you are a wonderful human being, Paul, and I'm so glad that we get to meet you as well, Sofie, Noelia, and everybody else tonight. Paul and Sofie, I wonder if you can sort of help me out here in the first few minutes. What does success look like for a meeting like this from your perspective? What would you like to see us achieve? Sofie, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Richard, and thanks again, Gary. And actually, I'm in Mauritius at the moment, so not coming in from Copenhagen today, but from still very rainy Mauritius due to the cyclone season. But no, thank you for the first question here. And from my perspective, the reason why I'm joining and the reason why the One Planet Network and UNEP has been in conversations with you about this particular conversation today is, we're really looking at gathering information and understanding from the experts in the field of digital tech, in the field of circular economy. How do we move forward on some of these key things that Noelia also mentioned earlier? Of course, ideal scenario, in the future, systems transformation, systems disruption. How do we get there and what are the steps that we take in the meantime, right? How do we build that appetite for that change? And how do we take those steps to become more sustainable in the ways that we can already now in the linear economy, in the growth system that we have, while pushing towards system transformation. So I'm really excited for everyone here on the call to hear comments and inputs along the way. I'm going to be monitoring the chat when I'm not speaking myself. And I'm going to be taking this back to feed into our expert group process that we currently have for the new Digitalization for Circular Economy Impact Initiative in the One Planet Network and in UNEP. So for me, success today is just hearing from everyone and getting as many inputs as possible that we can build upon. Thanks.
And Sofie, there's some heavy stuff there, and I know you're working on almost a day-to-day basis. A personal question: what keeps you positive?
I think, honestly, the people that I get to work with and have these conversations with, this has been the exciting part. When you work with these kind of topics, it can get a little daunting. Noelia, you were alluding to it before, the imminent doom of the planet crashing. And that's something we talk a lot about in the UNEP, in the UN Environment Program, of course. That's the main challenge that we're addressing. But getting to work with people in the digital tech space, in the startup space, in the scale-up space, that have all of this enthusiasm and energy and feel this empowerment to make change, that's what keeps the positivity going at the moment.
It's a powerful force, isn't it, rising up? It's exciting. Thank you, Sofie. Paul, you agree or you see it from a slightly different perspective?
No, I think I agree, but I think I'll come from a different perspective as well, which is an invitation for the many people on this call to see if you can discover some fresh thinking in an area where we often replay important narratives, but what new thinking could happen here? there's a danger always that we engage in binary thinking, which sometimes is useful, but we set one thing up against another. But sometimes it is in that space in the middle that actually a lot of tech is addressing to try and come up with some innovation. And the earlier conversations that we had in the lead up to this official opening, we kind of had, you created a lovely kind of lounge, Richard, with MKAI, and we had some conversations where ultimately what is to be done seems to be the big question. And there are some initial answers. We can't carry on doing what we did before. So what else is to be done? I would love people to go away having put some things into the chat, into the room, where someone can't help but take notes and go, I hadn't thought of that before, and this is something we're going to go and take away and put straight on the conversation with my team tomorrow. So there's something about renewing a conversation that's been going on for a long time. That doesn't mean we shouldn't say things we've said before that are so important. But the final thing for me is, can we find a way to be confirmatory, affirmatory, celebratory, constructive with this conversation? Because if we're not, the result of that is going to be that double-digit growth is going to continue to drive this conversation. And it means that when we ask what's the role of digital, digital then becomes, how can we use tech to continue to grow? Whereas actually tech could really disrupt the conversation. And I'm really interested in what original thinking we might come up with.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And you know, you're right, what got us here certainly won't get us there. Sophie, Paul presented this idea of binary, where on one hand there's people that want to, you know, stick their feet deeper into the sand and carry on, and others saying, look, the only answer is to stop completely. Obviously we know that, you know, binaries are rarely correct on one side or the other, but Paul's saying there that we also can't have this idea that we can have our cake and eat it, in terms of sustainability is our savior and will allow us to carry on having 5 holidays a year and a Range Rover on the driveway and goodness knows what else, and steaks, but they'll all be sustainable. So what sort of path do you take through all of that noise?
Well, I think it's important that we don't work in absolutes, right? It's not a zero-sum game. It's not an all or nothing game. I can hear a lot of noise.
Yeah, we hit you by mistake, I think. There. Not me, I didn't, but someone did. But that's the joy of a team call like this, but that's the way we love it, Sophie. So
exactly. No worries at all. I think that's the thing. We have to, it's not an all or nothing situation. And I think that's how very often perhaps it's presented by international institutions and by policymakers and by others coming in and saying, well, you have to do everything when it comes to your sustainability reporting or your changing of your value chains or your circular business models. You have to change everything for it to even be important, right? I think we have to look at things in stages. So while, as I mentioned before, of course, the ultimate goal is how do we look towards moving away from the linear economy, moving away from the growth economy and the growth mentality, and how do we move into more circular model. And I wouldn't necessarily call it degrowth, but a redesign, re-understanding of the meaning of growth, right? And Noelia, sorry about that, alluded to it before as well, talking about, you know, are we measuring growth in the right terms, right? While we're moving towards that and while we're disrupting the systems and the markets, we have to at the same time look at what we can do now. And for some, these are smaller things, for others, it's bigger things, right? When it comes to CO2 emissions, we're looking at tier 1, 2, 3 for that reason, right? To encourage even the smaller actions. Now, for me, it's very important to say CO2 emissions is a very small part of, it's big, it's the biggest topic right now, but it's a small part of when it comes to addressing climate, biodiversity, nature pollution, right? What we have to take into account when we talk about circular economy, it's not just about CO2 emissions. And for that reason, there's also a lot more actions that can be done that leads to increased sustainability, right? So for me, when I talk about circular economy, CO2 is one of the indicators we look at. We also look at a lot of other spaces, right? Again, for the same reason, we look at not just one circular business models, we look at many circular business models, and there are a lot out there already, and we look at what we call the 9 R's. And the 9 R's looks at more than just reuse and refurbishing, remanufacturing, recycling. It looks at the reuse and redesign as well. And that's where I think it's very important. Where some can come in and do changes to their existing processes, we have opportunities with others to actually initiate redesign and reduction of the use of materials already in the early stages of businesses, or if they're mature enough, go in and disrupt supply chains and value chains for bigger companies and opportunities, right? But what I'm trying to say with all of this is, it's not a one size fits all. And that's the important aspect of it. Everybody can do something. And what's important is that we figure out together the solutions that are feasible, bankable in the current growth system that moves us towards a more sustainable growth model for the planet, for the people, in a way where it's accessible to everyone. And so that's what we're looking at. That's the conversations that we're having with our expert group, is looking at what are the solutions that at different scales are accessible and that actually are feasible to implement. A lot of the times we're suggesting things that are not feasible in the current systems. How do we get these feasible, bankable solutions in place so that we can move towards the bigger picture?
Could you describe something that isn't feasible, an example from your recent work?
Well, I mean, one of the things that we talked about, so I have a background in data analysis and data management, and one of the things that we talk about a lot in the UN is value chain transparency, data transparency, right? Data sharing across the value chain and so on. One of the key tools for that, of course, being life cycle assessments. Now, life cycle assessments is like you have your Rolls Royce, but most people are just learning to ride their bike, right? So when you're talking to people about these different solutions, you're gonna miss the mark if you go out and you expect and you push for the Rolls Royce right off the bat, right? We have to reel that back and say, okay, what is the context that we're working in? Let's start getting people on the bike. Then we get them on the buses. Then we move to private cars. Then we get to, right? Again, the same thinking of the tier system. How do we get everybody on board before we expand the definitions and expand the expectations of what's possible? One of the things that we're looking at right now, digital product passports, data transparency, intellectual property rights. How do we open up for data sharing? How do we make data interoperable across value chains and sectors? Again, here, we can set the expectations, we can set the ideal scenario, but then we have to, for implementation, reel it back and say, where do we start? Where is it feasible to start? And that's the conversations that I want to have in this group that make sure that what we are putting into the world as the One Planet Network and what our role is as the One Planet Network is to take the normative strategic directions that the UN Environment Program and the UN system is advocating for and saying, how do we then implement that, right?
Can I just add one thing?
But I want to ask you about that as well, but go on, jump in first and I'll ask you the question.
Yeah, it was just simply, I guess I'm at the mature end of the age spectrum here, but I remember way back in the early 90s, we were doing some research at the University of Brighton into sustainability in the chemical sector, the paint sector. A term that I heard for the first time then was called pre-competitive R&D. And some industries were engaging in this, and some governments make this very tax efficient to do so. But what led the paint sector to move into innovating into water-based paints, which were a significant development from the point of view of sustainability, was that competing companies got together to develop that technology faster because it was in all of their interest to do so. And just picking up now, when we talk digital and we're hearing about, you know, apps, everyone talks about ChatGPT 1 minute and so on. But in competitive sectors, maybe what we need to do is to, again, provide incentives for digital technology that is focused on sustainable solutions to somehow encourage, reward companies that engage in pre-competitive digital tech R&D.
Paul, a couple of things on that. You know, is it the role of the government to finance that? And I mentioned earlier about the flooding in the UK and the huge bills the government's going to have. So on one hand, is that sensible? So is it the job of the government to do that? And then on the question of like feasibility, how do we know that we're not just being duped by these corporations who are very, very good at convincing us that something isn't feasible because they don't want it to be? So governments, companies, kind of, what would you pick out of that?
Yeah, it's very hard to know because at the moment governments aren't showing signs of joining up on things like pre-competitive R&D. Just as an example, they seem to collaborate more in the past over that. So maybe government is only one place where this can be fixed. And maybe this has to be an international response as well, outside of government. But ultimately, how do you incentivize what, I'm going to use the word, I don't mind, you know, essentially corporations in digital fixed only on growth and who sees sustainability as a kind of bolt-on or brand enhancer, you know, and that's where you get all the kind of greenwashing and all of that. How do you actually, maybe it has to be legislation, maybe it simply becomes part of what we teach students, maybe it's part of the innovation world, and we need to prove that apps are better when they're sustainable and when they're the result of open innovation, which would be the engine of pre-competitive R&D. There's certainly use cases out there around how AI coders across competitive organizations have engaged in open innovation to create things like smart technology. So the roots are there, but it's very disparate. It's not joined up at the moment. So it may be that you need to have this stuff going on at the highest level of international cooperation. But at the moment, we've got too much fragmentation around the research and development that's creating technologies that could essentially make or break the planet.
Because we've got a history of competition being the best way for innovation, haven't we?
Yeah, and Chinese walls, and you know, even now go on LinkedIn and just about every other post seems to be how to protect your intellectual property.
Yeah, we're in stealth mode. Jerry, are we getting duped, do you think, by corporations trying to convince us that they can't move or they can't move as quickly as we ask?
Can I make a comment? Sorry, Adina.
Yeah, a quick one. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure if we can make comments now or later.
There's no rules. The only rule is okay. There's no rules.
I was thinking about the Friedman doctrine,
yeah,
and the economic kind of concept that is guiding government policies, etc., etc. As we know, there are these economists who come in and suddenly tell the world how things should happen. And the fact that the Friedman doctrine says that corporations do not have any obligation towards society and should not spend any money at all out of the profits towards anything other than the actual profit. And this is the prevailing sort of mentality that informs government in their own legislations and regulations. So what I'm trying to say is that if you look at the evolution of capitalism as an economic model, it has moved from the original, capitalist models of the owner of means of production and capital to look after society and the workers, etc., etc. So to have an interest in beyond their own business, to the Friedman doctrine, which says no, corporations have no obligation whatsoever except to their shareholders. I think that fundamentally informs, as we know, governments are informed by advisors because ministers and presidents are, actors and whatever else they can be. They do not know, and the policies are made based on specialist advisors. And if you have advisors with this kind of mentality, this is what you are going to get.
Yeah. And they're going to surround themselves with those. I think that's a great point to add. Thank you. Let's get back onto the schedule. I mean, Biden, I'm paraphrasing, but he did say we don't have capitalism anymore. We have exploitation. I mean, he's starting to, people starting to get it, that this is not the capitalism that was designed or envisioned back in the day. Sofie, I want to introduce Kees in just a second, but I'll have a little bit more time with you for general comment on this conversation, or we can go into another question. What would you prefer?
No, maybe first on this part, because I like the thing that the concept that Paul brought up with pre-competitive R&D, I think this is one of the things that we're looking at specifically through our intervention lab on digital tech-enabled circular economy business models. Very long name, we might want to shorten that, but looking at and figuring out how do we exactly, as you say, incentivize the financial resources being available for effective R&D in this area, right? In the circular economy towards sustainability. One of the main issues that we have seen many years, and these are, this does not just pertain to the area of digital tech, is the lack of funding geared towards feasibility studies and what you mentioned as pre-competitive R&D in the international development environment, we call it feasibility studies. Or feasibility designs. And I think it's not just a question about public funding. I don't think it's not just a question about international governmental funding and the big, the big green funds and so on. I think what we have to look at in the conversations that we're having currently with our expert group is around how do we also switch the financial sector's mindset on this, and how do we work with some of the first movers as impact investors and venture capitals that are driving towards this change in financing, right? And this is part of this market shift that we're looking for, because if it's always driven by the international organizations that don't have either a political enforcement mandate like the public sector has, or a financial enforcement mandate in the sense that the financial markets, the banks and the investors have, we can talk a lot, right? But at the end of the day, the change has to come from the public sector and the business sector, and in particular in the financial space. So how do we frame it so that, how do we frame the business models and the approaches that we're looking at and the R&D that we want to explore in ways that incentivizes? Now, we're working with different partners in this expert group, and some of them are actually also from the big business sector, big corporations that are actually starting to talk about putting money into pre-competitive R&D in order to look at how do we, at the end of the day, it's going to improve our own processes in our big company, and it's going to help others as well. So how do we help feed into this open source R&D development process, allowing not just ourselves a competitive advantage, but allowing for others to move in the sustainability space as well. Of course, I mean, that comes with some visibility attached to it, right? But yeah, just to say that I think it's interesting that it's brought up here, and I think it's an interesting conversation that we're taking forward in the expert group as well.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I mean, UNEP, you work very proactively with the technology companies, particularly Google, I recall from memory. And now those relationships and partnerships are vital to your work, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's critical for us to work with, of course, large corporations. One of the things that we're doing in the One Planet Network with this initiative in particular is also looking at some of the actors that UNEP and the UN don't typically engage with. So that in particular being banks, impact investors, and venture capitals, as well as smaller, not just small, medium enterprises, but actually startups and scale-ups. And so we're working, of course, with UNEP Finance initiatives that have a long history in that. But what we're trying to do here is drive the right people to the table to have these conversations. At the end of the day, the big corporations are going to make changes, but there's a huge market aside from that of sub-suppliers and suppliers that if they don't make changes, the bigger companies are either not enabled to do it or will not do it on their own, right? So how do we also address those sub-supplier stages? Yeah,
Sofie, great comments. I mean, we must all rise together on this. And we talked earlier about some of the legislations. That's great, and you could really push corporations to force them to make all these changes. Look downstream and see that you've just put thousands of small businesses out of business with that same legislation that makes it impossible for them to trade. I want to expand the conversation. So I brought Lorenzo in, who's due to speak later on, just because I know this might be a topic that he just has a comment on. So I just want you on the screen. So if you have something to add, Lorenzo, then you're here and you can add it. I'd like to officially introduce Kees as well. Jerry, if you would do me the honor.
From Rotterdam, South Holland, Netherlands. Our guest is a senior scientific specialist at the Sustainable Cycles program hosted by the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. He's the initiator of the e-waste monitor series, co-founder of the Global E-Waste Statistics Partnership, author of various global, regional, national e-waste and battery studies, and manager of research projects. He's also a member of global expert groups on circular economy, waste and sustainable development goals. He frequently provides policy advice to governments and is the chair of the board of the Dutch National WEEE Register and public speaker to television, media, scholars, and policymakers. Please welcome Dr. Kees Baldé.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello. It's my pleasure to be here. Well, I have listened to the conversation, and I would like to tap on what has been previously said about the growth paradigm, and I would like to mention that people often think that if it's digital, it can grow expansively and it comes without any concern for the environment. However, I want to tell you that if things are digital, it has a material footprint because we all need to be connected to servers. We all need a laptop in order to be digital. Even we used to have compact discs to store our photographs and to listen to music. Well, nowadays everyone is streaming this online, having servers to store endless of photos which we might never look into again, but who knows, we might use them for later. And this is like one of the points what I would like to talk about is the digital, well, not the digital, however, the material side of the digitization. Shall I continue, Richard, or you have some questions to me?
Absolutely. I think we can begin with the question so that it gives a focused environment in the panel, isn't it? And then you can add in more points to it, as I can understand. I think the point that you raised about photos is really about a debate. We all know how many photos we have been clicking and what do we do about it. But going back to the focus on the work that you have been doing, do you think there are any geopolitical aspects about the e-waste management, about the monitoring around it? And do you think there are some challenges that we need to address on that front? I think that would be something interesting that I would like to bring on this panel.
Yes, sure. Well, we all know that if we want to digitize our economy, and if we want to become if we want to use renewable technologies such as wind power or fuel cells or PV panels, we need materials. And these materials, some of them we can mine in Europe. However, some of those materials are only mined in a few countries in the world. And their supply is at risk because only a few countries have their mines active and open. So basically, these materials are really essential for the world, and especially for the digital goods that we're using every day, and the supply is not really for granted because they're only mined in most likely in China, in Russia, in South Africa, in Chile, and it's not for granted that we for sure have these materials going to each country in the world. So yes, there is a geopolitical side as well into becoming renewable and more digitized.
I think in continuation to, there were some points raised by Sofie, some points also raised by Noelia on this, I think about the raw materials and the secondary raw materials about that we have been using. So as you have raised about how many digital and tech, let's say the mobile phones, we are just going on manufacturing more and more mobile phones. And we know how the people's interests just keep changing, and people just queue up to buy new mobile phones. Now, in context to that, I would like to understand, do you want to elaborate on the importance of recovering any critical raw materials, and how can we reduce the vulnerability to risks for companies as well as individuals, isn't it? And how people can understand more about it so that we do not generate this amount of e-waste, isn't it? Because when we as consumers end up buying more products, we do not understand all the consequences around it. So what are your thoughts around that?
I have, several thoughts. Well, let me start with the facts. The amount of e-waste is rapidly growing, and it's rapidly growing because consumption is rapidly growing. There is its consumption is growing in developed countries, however, also in emerging sort of economies and in developing countries, because we all want to be connected. If you have your first washing machine, it will improve your quality of life. If you have your first smartphone, it will improve your quality of life. This is a main driver for the growth of the consumption. On the other side, these devices are often not easily repairable. And some people, they want to have like the latest model, and they just buy a new one and they waste the old one. So we need to extend the lifespans as much as we can. However, most of these devices, and especially also the mobile phones, are not designed to be repaired or to be, and if they are in your possession for like 5 years, then you might have extended the lifespan for a long time. However, the software is not working properly on your phone, and you must also change it. So the lifespans are way too small, and this is also fueling the amount of e-waste which we are generating every year. In 2019, over 50 million metric tons of e-waste were generated, and this is growing rapidly. Like 10 years before, it was only 30. In the next few decades, it will double to over 100 million metric tons of e-waste. And the collection and the recycling of this waste is really complex, because it contains e-waste. It contains the entire periodic system. So how can we take them out if the entire periodic system is in one phone? It's very difficult and challenging to get the same materials out. On the other side, it also contains a lot of hazardous materials. So it's even like a toxic waste that we are dealing with. So it costs money actually to recycle this type of waste, and really good functioning legislation, and only, let's say, 30 or 40 countries in the world have the legislation well, rather in order to actually have sufficient finances available to collect and to recycle this type of waste, and to get some of the critical raw materials and the secondary raw materials back into the economy. So most countries are actually facing a flood of e-waste, and they don't have the legislative and the waste management infrastructure in place to manage this type of waste.
Absolutely. I think, Kees, one of the points that even Sofie had raised, is several points about reducing e-waste also was raised by Sofie, and about data, etc. around it. So do you think that
since it is all related to stakeholder behavior plus consumer behavior and how e-waste is produced, how people are buying the products, etc. Do you think there are any successful initiatives in order to reduce this environmental effect of the e-waste? Are there metrics around it that we can measure? And as you really mentioned about policy decisions, and we always know that tech moves faster than the regulations in countries. So how do we relate this? How do we bring about the reduction in the e-waste really in order to reduce the environmental harm that we are doing?
Well, at this stage, tech moves indeed, faster. However, it moves in a faster way that also your consumption is being boosted. So we are I haven't seen any like major brands like pushing for making their batteries replaceable. For instance. So I guess that most of the most of the companies, they want consumption because that is their business model. But of course, a positive side note is like definitely we see in more and more countries circular thinking. We don't want everything just to become waste and we collect it and we're going to take out all the valuable materials. Of course, we need to do that, but that's the last resort that we have to do. We have to be using our phones as long as possible. And I'm very positive seeing that there are many countries that are actually doing this in practice. And the countries which are doing this in practice are the countries in developing areas, because they need to be repairing. They just need to do this because they don't have any sort of alternative. So you might be able to argue that those are the front runners with extending the lifespan and making sure that we're getting most like value like out of this. And we need to think also like rather differently. Well, the other day I met a gentleman and he was reprogramming the CPUs from and also reprogramming waste printed circuit boards in a way that you could have like a completely different like a different function from a printed circuit board than it has been designed for. And he was doing this with free and with free like software and really cheap tools. These things are like really suitable for young people in developing countries who have the knowledge to program. And I think we also need to look into these people into the solutions area, because in developed countries, I think most people at this stage don't really care, and they are too lazy to care. However, governments are also sort of aware that they need to be changing this. So I think the combination of those two still make me positive and are, well, the best examples which I could bring into this discussion.
Thanks. I think Kees, Sofie wants to add some comment on top of what you said. Sofie, if I just would have you unmute and discuss.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jaisal, and thanks, Kees. Very interesting points. It's more sort of bringing an additional question to the table, Kees, that you might have some insights on that can help feed into our expert group discussions on our side as well. When it comes to e-waste, and I see this, you mentioned lifespan extension, and lifespan extension policies is one thing that we're looking into. And I see in the chat also people saying it's a two-sided coin, in the sense that one thing is lifespan extension development in the private sector and the policy framework for lifespan extensions. The other side is the consumer behavior. As we've talked about a lot today, at the end of the day, if there is also not a demand on the market for a larger lifespan of products and interest and a culture around that, then at the end of the day, we're not going to see the change that we're hoping for. But I want to focus in, maybe Kees, if that's okay, that also for everyone that I asked the question, but when it comes to e-waste, one of the conversations that we're having in our expert group is around lifespan extension and e-waste policies that actually do not allow for the reuse of secondary ICT materials and e-waste materials back into the economy. So I was wondering sort of how you're addressing that, how you're seeing that from your side.
Yeah, that's a very good angle to look into, because I think there are, in many countries, I see also like policies which are contradicting each other. On one side, it's about circular economy, about lifetime extension. On the other side, if you look at the WE directive, which is the main directive in force in the European Union, which legislates the management of e-waste, there's a clear target in the legislation which wants us to collect as much as possible waste and to throw it into the shredders. So we don't want long lifespans, because we have very strict and high targets to collect. So things must become waste as soon as possible according to the directive. And there are pros and cons with that directive, definitely. However, if you want to have a truly circular economy, you also need to get like rid of these old linear style targets, which are saying you have to collect as much as possible. No, you have to collect like what is available for collection after all the loops within the circular economy have been successfully used. And we even need to think of what happens if the reuse is happening outside of your country. What happens if the reuse cycle is happening in Africa? In Africa, people might be very happy with the secondhand products that we are that we no longer want. However, we don't want this to be perceived, or even dumping of the products that we don't want in countries which have no functioning management systems for the waste. So we also need to think about that. How are we ensuring that our circular like economy thinking is not going to end up in dumping of waste in areas where there is no like management happening. Yeah. It's complex.
It's very, yeah, it's
not
complex.
easy.
It's definitely complex, and exactly like you said, I think one thing that's key is this idea that we set targets around some very in-circular sort of linear economy perceptions, right? One example of that is the recycling rate, right? We want a really high recycling rate. We want really high tons of recycled materials, but that also reinforces things going to that stage rather than capturing that and reinserting it into the circular economy earlier in the process, right? So how do we actually change the whole monitoring framework around the success criteria and the targets that we set, the performance indicators that we set for both the public sector and industries, right? I think it's a very interesting discussion.
Yeah. Well, I really think that if you want to monitor this, you need to you have to understand the entire life cycle, not just one point and place one sort of like indicator. You need to understand the whole system, and then you can comprehend and make the right choices. Because as we started what is today, it's not only about what the entire item, it's about the value of the item, of the critical raw materials, and also the like the management frameworks which we have today are not fit for purpose to actually capture that and to make sure that all the substances which we want to get back into circulation are actually like being measured and going back into circulation.
There's a great person to bring in actually this conversation, who unfortunately hasn't got their video working, but that does not deter us from wanting to hear from Franziska. Are you there?
Hi guys, how are you?
Very, very well. How are you?
Hear me? Yes, I'm on holiday. My camera is broken and I only have my one device, so I cannot change it. Forgive me.
Not a problem. We'll picture you in our minds. Jerry, since Franziska's joined the conversation, could you please read out her incredible biography so we know a bit more about her? I'll just ask you to unmute, and there we go.
There we go. I'd love to do that, Richard. I was going to say joining us from Zurich, Switzerland, but she's on holiday, so I can only guess at where she is at the moment.
I believe still in Switzerland, building an eco house from memory.
Oh yes, that's true.
But why would you leave Switzerland if you lived in Switzerland?
That's a great question. So our next astounding panelist is an experienced strategy, technology, and business advisor, passionate about digital technology trends such as artificial intelligence, analytics, cloud computing, digital assets, and blockchain. She helps businesses reduce risk and improve their value propositions through innovative ways of thinking and approaching their challenges. As head of data and artificial intelligence and technology, the sustainability lead and responsible AI advocate at Microsoft Switzerland, she guides clients across industries through their digital journey to become data-driven organizations, whilst empowering them to achieve the 2030 Sustainability Development Goals with technology. In her private life, she's building more energy-efficient houses and loves crafting lamps made of wood and stone. Please welcome the voice of Franziska-Juliette Klebôn.
Thanks, Jerry. Sounds amazing, right? Yeah, so good to be here. I mean, so many things have been said. You know, it's really hard to add something because many of those things you just have in your mind the whole time. I love, like Sofie was speaking about, look, we need to involve government. We cannot do anything without them. I love how Paul said, basically, we only can do it in togetherness, so like in a shared economy approach, right? And also love Kees that basically said, look, we are not even able to measure those things. And even if, for instance, I mean, you guys might know it, but we are producing Surface laptops out of their totally recycled material, right? But is that really making the difference? And is that bringing the impact? And that's really the question. We just recently, I just posted here in the chat, we just published a white paper here in Switzerland together with UN Global Compact and EY. So that's one of the things that we are doing. We founded a network, we call it Tech for Sustainability, right? And we try to foster that exchange between corporations such as Microsoft, but also startups and, for instance, public sector, and bring them together and working closely to define new solutions we can jointly leverage in Switzerland. And it's not as simple as it might sound. Yeah, Jerry, Richard, you might have a question for me. I'm not sure where to start. I mean, it's just a discussion. It's ongoing. I could just dive in, or you just ask. I just want
to place you in this context, Franziska.
Yes.
You know, you have this incredible job at Microsoft, and so when you look ahead to whatever that right timeline is, you know, 12 months or even a longer time period, like what do you think is achievable? What do you think actually through your career, your work, your network, your partners, your client, that those around you, you know, what impact do you feel actually can be made through your work of the technology?
Brings me to the point that also Sofie mentioned at some point of her speech. So I think when we look into what's happening in Switzerland right now, we have a lot of ecosystem building up, right? And I really love to play within the shared economy approach. We have in the healthcare economy ecosystem, one called Compasana, bringing together health insurers, together with pharma, together with hospitals. We have Basel Area 1, bringing together startups, together with public sector, together with corporations. And we have Digital Switzerland, together with the InnoSwiss WISER project, leveraging a funding of 5.4 million at the moment. And all of those focus on solving basically one challenge, building a common data model that really allows data exchange of all kinds across companies and ecosystem. And that's needed and required to really making data interoperably, as Sofie mentioned before. So I think that's something that is achievable, but only if we open up. And if you think about healthcare, digital health. Yeah, so that's also a place where I work a lot, where I do a lot. If we would open up our doors to open standards and like even open source, working together, then we could solve the problems of tomorrow much faster. But I mean, as mentioned in this discussion many times, we are corporates, we are target and growth driven, and it's not as simple as it might sound, right? But that's, for me, if we find a way of making at least one of those ecosystems, for instance, Surana in Switzerland, work, that's setting then a status of example for everyone else to follow. Yeah, so that's what I believe.
Is that something that Microsoft believes that you'll play a big part in, promoting those open standards, maybe leading from the front?
They're getting there more and more, to be honest. Yes, I mean it's work in progress. You see that with OpenAI and ChatGPT, which now, of course, it's a big bang, but it's now also open source. It's available for everyone. Coders can basically reuse code, adapt it to their needs, and it's kind of an open source approach, which I really like. We have just onboarded a startup, which is an open source consultancy. So it's like we are getting there, but it's again growth driven. We also have our shareholders, that also has been mentioned before, I think by Paul. Yes, and it's not. I mean, it's that's the discussion we are having now, and it's for me. I don't have the answers, but I love. Also, Sofie said it before. I love to be at the edge of it, to have that discussions every day with partners, with customers, and the more we have it, the sooner I hope we get more close to the solution. Yeah, or one of those solutions there.
One has to be careful not to say the C word, because if you do, everybody wants to talk about ChatGPT for the rest of the event.
Yes, don't do it. Don't do it. There are other events out there. There's one coming from you guys. I know, on the 31st of March. I really want to join this one.
We got lots coming up in April. Yeah, human value in the age of generative AI. Check that one out. I'll put that link up in a second. But I just want to ask you just one thing on that as a precursor, perhaps. So, is there a link potentially to the power of GPT into sustainability in companies, or is it still a bit tentative at this stage and we don't know?
I mean, it's hard to say, to be honest. We here at Microsoft, we just get to know OpenAI like in the next days. We have Envision and Ignite here in Zurich. I'm on holiday, but my team is meeting them. So basically tomorrow is really the first day we meet them in person. So my team is meeting them in person. So far it's really hard to say what we are capable or not. Right now, we are at the stage of looking into the right use cases, which start very simple. For instance, insurance use cases where you can use that basic text building functionality, which is great. But then looking forward in the future, how can really coders reuse the code, adapt it for their needs? And then also designers, maybe think about UX design, can leverage it, but we don't know it yet. And in the context of sustainability, right now, ChatGPT for me is a text builder, as simple as that, right? So it's not the big bang, but OpenAI itself as a company has much more to offer, and that's where we need to deep dive in.
Yeah, there could be a boost in people giving piano lessons, all this free time that everyone's going to have now that ChatGPT can do half of our jobs. You're very welcome. We do have some prescribed questions for you as well. Jaisal, does one of those feel appropriate to bring into this conversation?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So Franziska, I think we have been talking about how we can bring in more collaboration, the data sharing, etc., the data models, because I'm a data architect. I think that really interests me around it. And do you see, you mentioned about the Surface laptop, how the materials are being now changed in order to make it more sustainable. Do you think you've come across challenges or examples or use cases wherein actually there are more challenges than making it sustainable? For example, we also talked about during our brainstorming about clear space as well. So have you come across such challenges when it comes to shared economy approach in order to make sustainability as a solution?
Yeah, I mean, if you like, let's quickly pick up clear space for everyone. And it also clicks somehow to what Kees said before, which I like a lot. So basically, so Microsoft is a partner-led company, just FYI, right? We're developing solution, but everything is basically executed with partners. We have a huge ecosystem of about 4,600. ClearSpace we onboarded like about 2 years ago. And they're really, really, well, having a great problem solution fit. when you think about the launch rate of new satellites, which is exploding to respond to the growing demand of satellite-based services and applications, such as, for instance, telecommunication, Earth observation, at the same time, the number of space debris is rapidly growing too, right? So they are demonstrating now an approach that sustainability goes beyond Earth, and that sustainability transcends Earth boundaries, especially, and now you need to listen, when it comes to 5,000 plus abandoned satellites and rocket bodies, with about 74 new ones every year, ending up as space trash, right? And they're produced by us, because all of this is so exciting and everyone going into space, but who is recycling it? So they found basically a framework, that they developed an approach. Now they're really starting with the first prototypes and making sure that those elements are captured, cleaned up, and recycled. So this whole thing, clear space, is only possible with the help of supporters such as companies, governments, big corporations across the globe. They're fully funded. So that's an example of where really everyone is working together to making sure that this is cleared out. Now, the more tricky question is, what happens if they are captured and they would basically go and come into Earth? So how would this then impact our atmosphere? I think this question they didn't solve yet. I'm putting the link here, but that's super exciting. I love those things. I love that they do. Rory Holmes is here as a UK colleague, a really nice person. If you ever want to talk to those people, they're totally open. Great approach. But that's something where you see, okay, they're working together and they're facing a problem that we don't even see yet, yeah? But it is already out there. But again, Paul, you said it before, and please come into this discussion because I love your perspective. You're so strong in this. It's like we are turning in circles because we are trying, like, you know, we are trying to solve problems that we just basically produced ourselves, rather than looking a little bit bigger and solving it together for tomorrow. And I think, yeah, opening it up, shared economy all together, we can only solve it in togetherness. We will never be able to solve it alone. And it only comes when we go down from our growth targets and when other things become more important. And as harsh as it sounds, yeah, most countries, all of them kind of need a wake-up call to invest really into the ability to build digital solutions quickly. And the mindset has already changed, but it's like still work in progress. And based on critical situations, we just really learned that only in togetherness we can solve such bigger problems of tomorrow. So individual commercial interest shouldn't be longer sexy, right? Let's say the power of social is on the rise. Yeah. That would be nice, right? I mean, it's not as simple, yeah, as I said.
Thanks so much, Franziska. I think that brings in some positivity into this whole conversation, at least, because we always look at the negative parts, but there is so much that can be done with tech and AI and collaboration and bringing people together, the different diverse perspectives that can be brought in together, and a great change can be brought in. I know sometimes things can be slow, but we are here to bring more optimism, isn't it? So I would, Paul, you had raised your hand some time ago. Would you like to add your comment, please?
It's a two-part question, really, to the people that have spoken. The first one would be, I'm just imagining that the only way we can save the planet with digital is to go into a post-liberal world. Let me even invoke the term that's often used with it, we become eco-fascist. The first thing that happens is I bought my Microsoft Surface. I've had it for a couple of years. I want to replace a new one. Very easy to put in the kind of little transmitters in those that Microsoft refuses to sell me a new Surface because clearly I haven't recycled the old one, and I have to recycle the old one. Could even be it triggers a fine from the government, just like a parking fine with speed cameras. We just noticed you bought yourself a new iPhone 17, but you still own an iPhone 16. You haven't recycled it, so there's £50 on the spot fine. Now let me take it to part two. 6G comes along, which is looking like it's either going to be implanted into us, or the new transmitters will be our smartphones and the devices we carry on that share small amounts of Wi-Fi. We develop the smartphone, the smart city. As I'm walking along too slowly, which means I'm a higher risk to the National Health Service. So I get a small pain in my right leg, which has been created by the small environmental implant. And the only way I can get rid of the pain is to walk a bit faster faster and get a bit of exercise. We go into
to
the
be fair, slow
home.
walkers can be a bit annoying.
My smart house notices that I've got some wasteful food in the fridge that's gone beyond on the sell-by date. I'm immediately fined for that as well. If I'm fined too often, I might even end up in prison. You know, so we just create an entire digital world that's focused on prioritizing the planet over us, but it does within 15 years solve all of our climate crisis. Are we up for that?
I mean, we all love a bit of digital nudging at MKAI. I mean,
I just wonder, the general question is, you know, do we have to just, at least in the short term, start to code and design stuff that's not just about recycling the hardware, it's about building in behavioral models to the tech that we use and maybe the legislation around it?
I might have spoken
before it's too late.
about slow walkers, so I apologize to any slower walkers in the audience today. You're all welcome, all speeds. I saw Lorenzo reacting to your answer, and he's the one person we haven't introduced yet who's been on screen for a little while now. So Jerry, would you like unlock Lorenzo so we can level up on our on our forum?
Indeed. So he's been sitting in our global sitting room for quite some time now. So our final incredible panelist joins us from Zurich, Switzerland. He consults, speaks, researches, and teaches in the fields of strategy, innovation, and sustainability. He's the managing director of the Business Design Lab and a full professor for strategy, innovation, and sustainability at Aalborg University Business School. He's a member of the World Economic Forum's Expert Network for Innovation and adjunct professor for executive education at École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne. I probably pronounced that very badly. The acronym's EPFL, which is much easier. The International Academy of Sports Science and Technology, Frankfurt School of Finance and Management, as well as Bologna Business School. His research has been published in publications such as the Academy of Management Annals, the Journal of Management, and the Oxford Encyclopedia of Business and Management, amongst others. He sits on the advisory board of different for-profit and non-profit organizations and is a trusted strategy, innovation, and sustainability advisor to executives in companies across many industries. Lorenzo holds graduate degrees in mechanical engineering from the Dublin Institute of Technology, and the University of Genoa, an MSc in engineering, and a master's and a doctorate in management from IESE Business School in Barcelona. Please welcome Lorenzo Massa.
What an intro.
Ciao, it's great to be here.
We need more time just to introduce our guests because they've done so much. You have to block out a period of time. No, Lorenzo, it's great to see you here. And thanks for just being around on the screen.
It's been amazing.
Yeah, so I mean, Franziska, hopefully you won't leave us, even though you're just over there on the other list. Hopefully you'll stay very tuned into this till we close. So look, we've got 40 minutes on the clock. We'd like to spend a bit of time with you, Lorenzo, just kind of leaning into your world. We've got some questions lined up for you, but what do you think of the chat so far?
I think is really, really interesting. I think it's also probably reminding me of why, after having spent the 5 years of my PhD really looking into the broad picture of sustainability, then at some point I felt as an engineer, I can't really solve the thing. So I was feeling a little bit frustrated. And I think that I moved into smaller areas, which is focusing on business models and, you know, something that maybe can actually move something, because it's really a giant problem, but it's fascinating. I think
And you were chuckling at the way Paul described it, which Paul has got a lovely way of saying these things. So that might just be the reason why, but you know, is a little bit more of a heavy hand needed to change business models, or do you think they are evolving?
It's a good question. I don't think they are evolving actually. The way we wished for. And on this, maybe I want to pick a bit on what probably Noelia was saying before, that this entire sustainability story is sorry. Okay. That this sustainability is actually in the interest of companies. I think that's kind of problematic because in a way, the idea of the long term, if in the long term we don't do something that there's no business, is true. But meanwhile, we are subject to the tragedy of the commons, which is while we wait for the long term, as individual company, we can profit like hell. And we don't know how long is the long term. So that calls for responsibility. But if you maximize your own self-interest, that's problematic. And then depending on the type of, I think, governance you have, that may or may not be feasible, which is, I think, Kees before was saying the business model of many companies is consumption, which is totally true. And you have cases of companies that try to be sustainable whose business model is consumption, for example, Patagonia. What is interesting about these companies is that they make choices for the type of governance they have. For example, they get out of the idea of having dispersed ownership and shareholders looking for short-term results. They decide that they stop growing at a certain point. Patagonia made that very clear years ago. We have revenues about 600 million. We stop with that because that's the size that allows us to do certain things. Their business model is consumption. And so I think that to your question, our business model evolving, probably not that much, if I am honest. Yeah.
So, as a consumer, if I look at Skyscanner right now, I mean, flights, they're still cheap. I saw one, over Malta direction the other day, 30, 40 pounds. I mean, it's still incredible. So there's a part of you that you don't like that thinks that this won't be the case for much longer. In a few years from now, these flights are going to be very expensive, but I want to see the world. So, should I not just take advantage of this now and fly as much as I can right now while these flights are cheap, knowing that I won't be able to afford them in the future? My analogy is for companies. I mean, they're not stupid, are they? They know that this heavy hand of legislation is coming and it's going to force them to have far less profits in the future. So it makes sense then that they would want to make hay while the sun shines now and maximize this opportunity. So is it possible that we're getting a false environment now simply because companies are on a countdown to make as much as they can in a frenzy before they're forced to change?
I don't know. I don't know if that's the thinking that goes there, but certainly, let's say the problem of short-termism is giant, particularly so for. I mean, that's the same problem with certain governments, and well, of course, I come from Italy. We have a situation where the government is not even stable for 12 months. So perhaps I'm a bit sensitive to the topic. But with companies, it's the same. The average tenure of a CEO is few years. And in those few years, you don't probably make choices for the long term when their shareholders then are going to punish you for that. So that's one of the things. And meanwhile, I think that, this idea that collectively we need to be doing something because otherwise there will be no business in the future, whatever, that takes huge coordination cost. Meanwhile, you maximize your own short-term interest and then the shareholders are happy. So I think it's very complicated. I think
So carrying on that theme, and I know Jaisal's probably got a question loaded up, but there's a first mover disadvantage there as well, isn't there? And we've actually been touching on this throughout, and Franziska might have some views on this as well after you've spoken, is that I think when I interviewed the CEO of Ocean Mind, it's a not-for-profit that protects the ocean, one of the scariest things he said is that if you do decide to restore an area of ocean in your sort of designated zone as a country, it's likely that another country will go in and illegally fish it, which makes it almost impossible to regenerate the ocean. We've seen some new legislation coming through from the UN anyway, hopefully coming through, that's been announced this week. But does that apply here that, moving towards a circular economy or moving towards, changing your assets or retooling or something like that is going to make you less competitive in the short term? It's a disincentive, isn't it, to change?
So this, I think, is a very important thing to consider. And here I'm taking the angle of businesses. the idea that was the conversation around sustainability, I think, at the beginning of the millennium in the US was very much tied around, because the sustainability in business has gone through several waves. Now we're going through a new one. The conversation back in the days is in your interest to do sustainability because in the long term, it pays off. Well, guess what? First of all, we don't know how long is this long term. And the second is, with 20 years of research, we don't have any empirical evidence whatsoever that that is the case. The results are mixed. The answer is under certain condition it does, and under many it won't. Particularly so in unregulated markets. Now, this brings to, I think, two consequences. The first is when we think as individuals or as people that talk to businesses or as business managers, the question to ask is under what condition doing certain things that, let's say, go in the direction of social environmental value creation is actually paying off, or at least is not penalized, which is only under certain conditions. The second is that probably this is not going to happen if we keep using the business models that we inherited from the industrial economy, because those are based on growing things, on loading products in markets. They work super well when you need actually to bring products to markets, but not when markets are saturated already.
I see Sophie's got her hand up. I know Jaisal's got a question for her. I just want to check in with Franziska. Microsoft were one of the earliest large companies, particularly large tech companies, to make some pretty bold promises and ambitions around the operations and around, scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. So, I mean, I'm guessing Microsoft could see the huge benefit. Is there anything you can say about that work that happened a few years ago, Franziska?
I mean, if you see our company's strategy, I think the main commitments they reside around, for instance, that we are carbon negative by 2030, sorry, but that we basically activate all our, now I'm not the English speaker, operate all our facilities, data centers, and operation centers with renewable energy. So that's a commitment Microsoft has, right? It's a strong commitment. The problem is, so once we have a new data center, we make sure it is with renewable energy, but we have leases going still on, so we cannot hold up to our commitment that we have given. So yes, bold statement, but we are working on it and continuously. Whenever we have a new one, we make sure it's 100% powered by renewable energy. But I want to come back to what Lorenzo just said. I was just on a book launch on Thursday. I just posted the book in the chat. It was written by someone I work with since 15 years, a digital strategist, basically driving innovation, doing a lot in that space, building a lot of new innovative business models, and basically sum it all up, all the books together. But then the main point he was basically bringing was saying, okay, if you have an innovative business model that really is in innovation, so Horizon 3, you cannot integrate it in the current environment of the organization. It just won't scale. You need to give that team, whatever developed it, the freedom to continue to thrive. So for instance, with the holacracy approach, right? So I just put that in the chat. But then, of course, again, coming to a large corporation like we have, it's right now, it seems impossible. But companies like IBM, Accenture, they have done it, right? They have done new product services. They have done a lot of spin-offs, put them on the market, and then try to reintegrate them once they are grown, if it works. So it's like, but this is how we might want to look into this from this perspective. And I just can recommend all of you, if you have time, download this book. It's for free, and they have open, they call it the Unite model, so that's all available. You can just download it, integrate it in PowerPoint. It's just open source, and that's the open source consulting company I was talking about. So I hope that helps. Sofie, over to you.
Thanks very much. No, I think I just wanted to sort of sum up a little bit on what Lorenzo was saying and what's been said throughout this this session today. I think there's some really interesting key points coming out. One, it's not up to one single stakeholder group to do this alone, and it cannot be done in silos. It has to be multi-stakeholder efforts. We have to come together on all components of sustainability, sustainable digital tech for sustainability, circular economy models, and so on. The other being, we have to, well, said in very sort of everyday language, follow the money. We have to look at right now, while we are moving towards a sustainable environment, a sustainable market, a circular market, we are acting within a linear market. We are acting within market structures that are facilitated in certain ways. It is for profit and it is measured in money. So how do we address, as Lorenzo was saying, how do we address some of these circular business models and look at how can we make them feasible in the short term in the linear market, in the current growth market that we have, but that they in themselves inherently shifts the market from the inside, right? So they are the building blocks towards the circular economy, towards disrupting the existing markets, but they function within and are feasible within the existing market. So that's what I talked about earlier today as well. Bankability, feasibility, short-term and long-term, right? So as Lorenzo was saying, we cannot, there's no way we're selling this to a for-profit market on long-term. We have to figure out what are the short-term incentives that makes it feasible in the existing environment, but that drives it forward towards the long-term ideals that we have and the long-term solutions that we're looking for. So just wanted to put that in. That's sort of what I'm taking out of this conversation. I'm going to feed that into our expert group. Really, really great conversation. Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, we're going to move to Q&A very shortly, but if you want to insert a quick one in now, I know Brett wanted to add something as well when we get to the Q&A.
Very quickly, if we remember or not remember Anita Roddick, who was the founder of the Body Shop in the late 70s, and what she did then, and that's a long time ago, she told the shareholders that if they don't like her purpose and her strategy, they are free not to buy shares in their company. She was pursuing a certain position at the time in relation to animal testing of cosmetics, if you all remember. She created a community, she created an entire movement, and today, indeed, that kind of sort of practice is pretty much abolished. So what I'm trying to say is that corporations and big companies can actually, if you will, lead the way by the way they tell the shareholders where the purpose of the company is, and by creating a community of consumers who actually embrace the principle. And eventually this turns into an achievement of great magnitude. It's an exceptional example, which unfortunately people may not even know about, but she is an absolute global pioneer. And I think that model is quite extraordinary.
A great example, and I certainly wouldn't compare us to her for even 1 second. But I would just add that we're trying to do that here, and we have to work really hard not to have certain corporate clients in MKAI because we don't want our hands to be tied. We want the freedom to be able to criticize where we need to, respectfully and politely, but we need to, and that makes our job quite a lot harder because we have to silo ourselves into other sectors, but we just can't lose that liberty and that freedom because it's not that we think we're important or anything, it's just something we value so much. So I think we're definitely inspired by the likes of her. Lorenzo, anyway, I'm not going to use that time up with this. You've got your hand up and I want to jump back in.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment, and Richard, I think you also mentioned a very important thing, which is values. I think that business is a great innovation engine. And we therefore need the private sector to also bring in some of the solutions that are needed for, let's say, this transition towards a more sustainable, way of running economic system and societies and things of that sort. However, business operates in markets, and markets unregulated markets, they're just not efficient in rewarding companies for social and environmental value creation. They're just an inefficient system. Now, the problem is that a lot of business today is global, and markets at best are national. And we have a lot of problems in governments and their ability to really regulate in a way that, and again, here I'm bringing my Italian perspective, but you know what happens with the stability at the local level, which leads to, at least in my opinion, one consequence or one important corollary, which is not that surprising, but I think we don't talk about it sufficiently. That sometimes the very idea of standing up for your values or responsibility or thing of that sort is really interesting, not because you're rewarded by doing the right thing, but really because you face a trade-off in doing the right thing, that maybe you lose a little bit on a certain area and you stand for it. Now, this is what, for example, some companies or some people decide because they stand for that and they say we're not growing more. But it's not that in doing the right thing you're going to be rewarded. Sometimes I think doing the standing for your value is really about forgiving some some type of success, and that I think what makes it interesting. And I think we're not having the conversation sufficiently, and that's true also for companies. You want to build a super sustainable company, most likely it's not going to be the next super winner in the market. Maybe it's good enough, but yeah.
I think that's a powerful call to arms, Lorenzo. And the incredible thing about this is that social narratives do make change in this area, and people in government, people in boardrooms, they're people. And we say this all the time, and they're influenced and they're nudged, and their narratives are changed by the conversations that they have and the way that we speak to each other. And this is changing all the time, and it's very subtle, but it's very much real and there. I'm conscious that we've got 22 minutes on the clock. There may be some questions, Jaisal, perhaps that have been coming through that perhaps would be sensible for us to have a more group discussion on. I know Brett had his hand in the air a while ago. But I was just hoping he could hold on until this more open conversation. The chat, by the way, has been amazing. If you've missed any of it, just ping me. My email is richard@fosterfletcher.com, and I'll send it to you, or you can ask me anything else that's on your mind. Jez, is there anything that you've seen that you'd like to pull out for conversation, or is there somebody who'd like to unmute?
Yes, I think there are a couple of questions that came in, and then we can probably unmute the people. They can come on board. Sure. And for Sofie, Sarah had raised a question, and if she wants to come and add in a comment, I'm happy to do so. I'll just read out her question quickly. Digital tech. So, Sofie, this is for you specifically. So digital tech does not necessitate sustainable outcomes. Even with data sharing models, there's a parallel conversation on the data economy that is guided by competing political interests. Given this, what are some of the safeguards that need to be put in place to address the risks? I think this question is particularly good. We haven't been discussing many risks out here, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a very good point. I mean, and I've put it somewhere in the chat as well, but it's moving very fast because there's a lot of interest and conversation, which is really great. Like I put in the chat as well, we cannot be pushing for digital tech solutions that are not in and of themselves seeking to be or inherently sustainable, right? So what we have to look at, and this is the reason we've also talked, with Kees today about e-waste, is the reason why it's been brought up multiple times, CO2 emission, energy consumption, and so on. We have to make sure that the digital tech solutions that we're driving forward as an international community, as a multi-stakeholder community, are ones that are themselves driving sustainability. Otherwise, we're just creating a secondary crisis, right? Then we're looking at something similar to what happens right after a natural disaster, when there's suddenly a health crisis right after, that's actually facilitated by the attempt to deal with the original disaster. That's what we don't want to see, right? We don't want to see this sort of negative escalation of sustainability or of the environment based on solutions we're trying to put in place. Now, this is also the reason that when we look at the action plan for a sustainable digital age through the Coalition for Digital Environmental Sustainability, which is the UN-led multi-stakeholder network that goes beyond what we do in the One Plan network on specifically on circular economy. They look more broadly as well on digital tech solutions. They look at, one, how do we address some of these negative impacts? How do we understand better the negative impacts so that we can provide solutions and move towards sustainability on those? How do we address the ICT sector specifically, right? The other aspect they look at, which is going to be essential for this as well, there is a hardware side of it. There's the side of, how are we producing the technological solutions and the hardware and so on, and how are we, how are our AI infrastructure managing the energy consumption and CO2 consumption of that. And then there's another side of it that's how do we make sure we even have the workforce to take forward a sustainable digital economy, right? A green digital economy. And that's the other aspect that we're also looking at through UN codes, is looking at how do we upskill and educate the existing and new generations to be green digital workers and not just digital workers in and of itself, right? So, so very interesting discussion. I think there's a lot of things that are going to come out of codes on that. And it's something that we're going to be pulling into the work that we do in the One Plan network, the intervention labs that I've mentioned in the chat as well. When we look at business models, when we look at standards, when we are suggesting technological solutions in these different frameworks and approaches, we are going to be looking at consistently the sustainability and the sustainability demands and commitments around those solutions as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Sofie. I think this is really important to understand that skills are as much as important, and whatever solutions that you're putting into place, are they having any cascading effect as well? It is very important to look around those areas. Thank you, Sofie. And I will move on to other set of questions, Richard, if that's okay, or we can bring in Brett if he wants to first ask his question, and I have a few more questions on my list, if the time permits.
Yes, okay. Well, I think the challenge is that it's requiring a change in business model, and I think businesses are having great difficulties in that. And if we sort of took Paul's sort of assumptions about where things are going, for example, if we kind of looked at the real world, actually, if we looked at the in sense of the real world, where is it going? Well, actually, we've got fewer and fewer materials to manufacture the goods with. So actually, if this carries on this tended path, we can only see goods available rising in price and value because they're going to be able to produce so many of them. So actually, the value of those items is going to go up. That means fewer people will be able to access them, and that reduces and restricts the market in that way. Now, is that a model that businesses want, or is it one where they think they could still produce products, but there's going to be something different in terms of the way they do it? So I think now's the time to look at, actually, there's a lot, go back to what we did in the past. And I always use an analogy, I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember, but a color television used to be a very expensive piece of kit to have in a house. So most people used to rent them. They used to, like Red Diffusion and companies like that, were actually in the business of renting out televisions for people to use. And that company's interest was to maintain the life of that product for as long as they could. So people would love to have a new color telly, the latest model, but they wouldn't have that. They would have their thing repaired until it got to the point where actually it was no longer repairable. So there's a potential of looking at these models around delivery in terms of maybe you're not buying, maybe you're renting, or maybe you are buying a product that actually is repairable. And then you have a whole other associated industries regarding parts, because how many people, if you buy goods today, you can't usually get parts for them. Usually the cost of replacing something is less than repairing. That will shift. I think that will have to shift, and that will be shifting. I'm sure see the markets where that will shift. And you'll see a whole new spectrum of areas of activity or work relating to repair and servicing of goods, etc., coming into the fore. And I know I'm often in debate when people talk about electric vehicles, and I say, when they say you're trying to engineer reduction in car use, I said, yeah, well, that's inevitable. whatever happens, electric vehicles are going to be dearer. They're not going to go up in, they're not going to go down in price dramatically. The issues around waiting for the second-hand market to arrive and supply people with their needs. There's a limited life. There's a whole string of issues around the cost of the product and how it's manufactured. So actually, we're looking at other models like car share schemes and the like. And people who live in London who see that it's pretty mad going around London in a car, often use public transport, or they find that if you have a car shared scheme, you actually don't have all the insurance costs, you don't have the costs of the parking spaces and all the other associated costs. You use the car as and when you need it. It doesn't have to be your car, it could be something, and you know that's going to work because it's being maintained. So there's all those positives. There's some real positive things around that, I think, where we need to look at where the future direction. So it's changing the business model from manufacture, not just focused on manufacture of goods and selling numbers of items sold, but it's the length, duration, and all the associated things that go with that, keeping that life going and making that economic and economically viable. I think that's the challenge that businesses are now facing.
Yeah, Brett, thank you so much for that comment. And I think technology supports what you're saying. And right now, it might not be feasible to fix something, but if you could use augmented reality technology and step in front of that fridge, washing machine, tap, whatever, and have an expert from the UK or Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, wherever, guiding you on that, then that technology allows potentially a whole new repair market to open up, including your, the owner there, that hasn't been feasible before, because calling out an electrician or a plumber, of course, is hugely prohibitive. And everything you say about the model is just geared up to say, no, Richard, look, just buy another one. We used to find it funny, didn't we? We'd say it's cheaper to buy a new one than repair it. We couldn't believe it at first, and then it just became the status quo. Yeah, thanks so much, Brett. Jaisal, back with you. We have another question.
Absolutely. I think we have a couple of questions. I think this question is for Kees. So this was one of the questions on the chat. Cell phones, laptops are not repairable by design. I think we have discussed a lot about reuse and repair and increasing the lifespan. So this question is quite relevant. I think cell phones, laptops are not repairable by design, but the disposal cost of these devices doesn't go to the manufacturer. It goes to the diffuse general public. How can this be changed?
Sorry, I missed the final part. It goes to the which one?
It goes to the general public. How can this be changed?
Well, it depends on the legislative system which is in place in the country. In countries which have the producer responsibility schemes, the manufacturers and the importers of the goods are indeed paying for the collection and the recycling of electronic waste. And these are typically funds also which are then going to recyclers basically in order to manage this type of waste. And you could argue indeed that waste management is a public good, so it goes into the public domain like that. I'm not entirely sure if we have to change this this system, although there are some flaws with it, definitely. But in my perception, it definitely does make sense that the companies which are making money with placing these products on the market are also held responsible for the safe disposal and the recycling of these goods. Of course, it's not their sole their sole responsibility, as also the consumers have they also need to source separate the waste and to extend the lifespans, and also And the legislative framework has to be in the right place, and also the authorities at a national level need to collaborate in a system. I have seen countries where they have a really great legislation also based on the system. However, in the municipal solid waste like places, there is no a separate place to source separate e-waste. So what's happening? All the e-waste goes into the same mixed residual waste and goes into landfill. This country is not within the European Union, by the way. It's outside of the. However, so I'm not sure if we should really have to change this system. I hope it answers your question.
Yes, thanks, Kees, a lot. Lorenzo, I think there is a quick question that we can see here. There was a comment from Andrew, and he has mentioned that in support of your point about values and not being the most profitable firms, I do teach a version of this to my business management students, usually under the theme of purpose. Do you think you have anything for the audience? You have put it on the chat, but if you could elaborate something more on it.
Sorry, Andrew's comments, I was actually voraciously replying comments. So, yes, I think the idea of purpose is a giantly interesting one, and I think that what I was saying is that I think I noticed that my younger students, differently, for example, from myself, that I consider still myself very young, maybe more than I am in reality, but if I think back, our ambition was to, as young engineers, to work for very prestigious companies or things of that sort, and we would all send our CV to Boston Consulting Group or things of that sort, just to discover that then this was social pressures, and many of us. I would say this has changed, at least in some cases it's changing. I think that my students are really thinking in terms of purpose in many ways. In some cases, maybe they're thinking in terms of, enjoy life, my view a little bit too much, but in some cases they're thinking in terms of purpose, which is, how do I wish to live? How do I define fulfillment? And what is the role of what I do in that? And they're asking questions such as, where is the, for example, the balance between giving and taking? I recognize that there is pleasure in giving, and things of the sort. So I think the idea of purpose is very interesting, and here I have a bias. I think as a humanist, I love the idea of what gives me a lot of purpose is give a small contribution to make things a little bit better for the prosperity of humanity. I find it very rewarding, and then when I talk to some of my students about these ideas, I think many would get interested. I think, yes, discussing purpose is important, but I think that goes back to probably some more existential questions that sometimes I think before in the chat, I think we were discussing perhaps the model of success that we portray, the role of media, even the movies we see, whatever. There's probably like a bias towards the type of success. And yeah, I think that I think it's a kind of a non-answer, but of course the topic is very complex. But I think definitely discussing purpose and asking, how do you define success? I mean, I think is important. Very important.
Yeah, I think so. I think Andrew also agrees. He has said that, yes, purpose is more important than mission statements. And I think I'll just be asking one question before Richard wraps up, because we always finish on time. And I'm very conscious of time right now. So if Franziska, you're there on the call, then this question is probably for you. Might be quite focused question on Microsoft, but I think we would like to still hear an opinion. How much power does a data center spend per year? This comes from Thomas Witt, like one of Microsoft or comparable companies having data centers all over the globe. And what opinion do we have around it?
I don't understand the question. How much power? What do you mean with that?
Thomas, if you are, you can unmute and you can add something more onto your question quickly.
Yeah, I was just asking how much electricity do you spend on a data center per year? Can you quantify that?
I have to admit I cannot know. We have people that can quantify. That's not my
We always try not to single people out who work for companies.
That's not my territory.
You work for Microsoft. Answer this
we
question.
have already 2 data centers in Switzerland, which is amazing, you know. But no, it's unfortunately I cannot answer. But I can find out. Definitely, you only have to call one person, but I don't know. Sorry for that.
I'm only teasing.
Yeah,
Thomas,
would be interesting. So because
Sure.
the data is not available. So.
Sure, but if you ping me on LinkedIn, I'll find the answer for you. My colleague is called Primo. He's definitely giving you an answer on this.
Okay.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Franziska. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, but
Don't worry. Let me finish with one last sentence. There was a question on which kind of ESG framework we are using, right? For whoever wrote that question, I just want to say that EY, as an audit company, they have developed the first ESG framework that we are leveraging here in Switzerland. So that's something I want to share with the community. That's it.
Thank you. That was a question by Sanjay Uten Lama. Yes. Thanks. Richard, over to you. Exactly 3 minutes for the wrap up.
We're not going anywhere. I'll have another quick power shake downstairs in the smoothie maker and then straight back on. I want to, Jerry's expressing his thanks and I absolutely want to do the same. Paul, maybe you've got some rhetoric, maybe not, and that's okay either way, but how do you think we've done since you challenged us just over 2 hours ago about what was possible in this session this afternoon? How's it felt for you?
It's been a wide-ranging conversation for good reasons. I found it interesting that when Kees said, let's have some facts in the room, he pointed out the scenario staring us in the face just with the example of mobile phones and our complete inability to recycle them. We have a real hardware problem going on the planet at the moment. There's also been other conversations that have ranged everywhere from real ideological stuff to really gritty, hard-nosed stuff, the hard work that's being done at the One Planet Network, you know, alongside Lorenzo already looking at the emerging generation that maybe will save us with purpose. Maybe there's hope because it looks like humanity's splitting into those that can't wait for the singularity and transhumanism and others that are heading to unplug and will not embrace 6G if it means implanting transmitters into their foreheads or whatever goes on. We have dystopian and utopian views shared here, but we also have an urgency. What we haven't done, Richard, and I do wonder, because the conversations happen a lot, is we still haven't held to account whoever's created the climate crisis, and that's probably because it's us, as well as large corporations as well. So that still remains. That default model of double-digit growth capitalism came back with a vengeance alongside the sustainability rhetoric after COVID. And you only need to go on LinkedIn to see that language that's there. So when I look in the chat, how many times, everybody here, did we see the word education come up? And that, you know, does this need to start with the generation in kindergarten? We turning them into little adults, putting competitive apps on iPads in their hands at 3, or are we taking them out into the garden to feel wet earth on their feet? Is it as simple as that? If we don't get the education right, does everything fall like a tower of cards or those dominoes? You know, ultimately, is that where it starts? I've mentioned, and it's just noting that ultimately this technology that we talk about, which has been on the fringes a bit of this conversation about the digital technology, is where is that taking us at the moment? Is it taking us somewhere good? Are we using digital technology in ways that are aligned to planetary survival? So like all good MKAI sessions, if you read the chat, listen to the recording, you're going to find all sorts of brilliant insights there. But Richard, we've ended up with more questions than we've answered yet again. So it looks like we have to have another forum, mate.
Guess that's not the end of MKAI just yet then. Paul, thank you so much. And I don't know how you're able to do these things with me about 30 seconds before saying, Paul, hey, do a summary. I'm saying no notice.
I just asked ChatGPT to generate that shit.
We're 1 minute over, but that's not too bad, is it, for 2 hours? So I just want to reiterate my thanks as well. And I want to start by saying, you know, we started today, give or take, with about 121 people attending this session. A few people just had to dip off in the last 5 minutes, but we were about 110 people up until about 10 minutes to go. You know, that's what the speakers and everybody else has brought today. That, you know, this has been a movie everybody's wanting to sit through to the end. So Noelia, no longer around this evening, but still want to thank Sofie, you're here, and I can thank you in person. Paul as well, thank you for everything that you contributed today. Kees, thank you so much. Franziska's just left. What a wonderful message she just posted in the chat. She was on holiday, by the way, doing this, so we can be extra grateful. Lorenzo, thank you so much to you too. Jerry and Jaisal, brilliant. Thank you so much. And I'm not just thanking you for now. I mean, everybody contributed well before this in preparing. There's been loads of work gone into this. Super proud of you all. Thank you for making it mostly a very enjoyable evening for us here in the UK. So if you got to go, you got to go. And we wish you a wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening. And that's very much, you know, the end of the official session. And we're going to keep going because we want to see where the conversation goes in MKAI Unplugged. Edward Darling's here, and he's asked for a bit of time to speak. And there'll be others as well. So stick around if you want. We're going to be here, but we'll say an official thank you to everybody on the official forum, and come back next month. And let's get into some different topics. We don't want to get stuck on one topic, but we've definitely got lots more to unpack on this one in the future. So look after yourselves, and thanks for your company. Yangbo, how are you?
Oh, excellent. And it's actually that follow on from the conversation about products designed for repair and all of that. And what does bring to mind, and I think probably quite a number of you on this in the audience are well aware of this already, given the reputation, but Mercedes-Benz, the cars they used to build, at least 70s, 80s, and even up through the 90s, at least until 97, 98 or so, roughly that time, that you could actually drive them for decades and even find those not 20, but 30, even 40-year-old vehicles still on the roads in places like Albania and a whole bunch of other countries. So I don't think it's anything that is all that novel, honestly. It's just things that used to be more standard practice, and somehow, and there, of course, there may be unique circumstances with Daimler-Benz back in the 90s, but some of that perhaps had gotten lost amid the hype over new technology or not, because it's said that the cars that are built now, you'd be lucky with all the electronics in them if they last 20 years. You'd be very lucky if they do.
Yeah, it's a fabulous point. I want to come back, because this is a great conversation to have. Edward and I, Edward, are you there?
Yep, we're here.
Yeah, great to see you. I see Charlie's got a hand up. I'm sure we've got lots to dive into. As part of our Unplugged, we asked people in advance who wanted to say a few words about what they're working on. So we made sure that they had a slot over the session, and Edward was one of those. So it doesn't quite follow on from what Yangbo said, but you're here, and I wanted to give you that slot, Edward. You've got an audience here. So how's it going? What are you working on? What can you tell us?
Well, thank you, Richard, and thank you for organising this session with some extraordinary people, and the breadth and knowledge and involvement through MKAI is always fantastic. The stuff we've been working on through our involvement with the UN Action Plan for a Sustainable Planet in the Digital Age, with all the clever people from MKAI that have contributed to it, hanging on their coattails. We're getting very close to finalizing a project with the United Nations Environment Programme, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and Cambridge University, looking at a project about humans, our impact on biodiversity and its associated benefits, which is looking at the four sustainable development goals for marine life, life on land as biodiversity, the associated benefits of climate and clean water, and looking at how we can present information about that, about those issues, and then to use the data, how you use the data and management tools to actually protect, enhance, and restore Earth's regenerative capacity. And that is as a foundation that you can then build the industry elements onto the social elements, services elements, and also humanities. So we are getting very close to being able to start producing framework of the life map that we can start loading all of these other data layers on, which should help all of us make better decisions. That's my synopsis. Thank you.
That's really great. So I'm going to do two things. So thank you so much for doing that. I'm going to pop in the MKAI WhatsApp chat here for those who aren't members, because that way they can not only stay connected to your progress, but they may wish to get an invite to the green group that Monica, yourself, others work on in terms of being able to contribute. So there's the chat. If you're not already in the WhatsApp chat, do come and join us. It's a really great place to stay in touch, and we have some wonderful conversations there, led with kindness. Edward, do you want to pop your email in the chat, or your LinkedIn, or something that you're comfortable with? So,
yep, I'll turn I'll turn the camera off because I'm doing this on my phone.
Oh,
and
okay.
If I don't turn the camera off, all you'll get is a large view of two nostrils as I'm typing.
Just pop some materials in their websites, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's some fantastic people through this network that we're starting to draw that are consistently working in different areas of this space, that people talk about collaboration, and MKAI is enabling this to happen. I think we're going to end up reaching collectively a whole range of areas that would have never been possible without this group. So thank you.
Yeah, and you're pulling in data ethics, aren't you, and privacy and these kind of things into the work, which I know has been influenced by others. It's great to hear. And then I think we spoke, the other one was that I preempted was about the Scubaverse that we heard a little bit about. So hopping around a bit here, but I hope you'll forgive me just to kind of tune into what some people are doing. And just DM me if you want some time as well to talk about it. That's why I didn't know Eric was here, because he's undercover. Part-time Scubaverse, part-time spy.
Undercover. I was out
Zoom
walking.
user.
Yeah, it was super cold and windy in New Jersey today, and I was out walking, and I didn't want this to affect it, so I jumped into the car, and then after I get done, I'm going to go back out and walk some more. Hopefully, I walk fast enough for Paul, so that I don't get the tax that he was talking about at the beginning of the session.
Or swim fast enough, right? When you're underwater.
That's right. Yeah, this is great to be able to come to these events and meet folks here. And, I was lucky enough to have met Marcus, who's one of the advisors to the Scubaverse here in the past. And Edward and I have been talking a bunch. And the first environment that we will build out, first really large environment that we'll build out, will be a digital twin of the Maldives. And it'll be in an effort to raise awareness and engagement from a younger generation in ways that's easy for them, with no barrier to entry, to learn about and to become part of the solution for the issue of climate and scalable decarbonization, and sort of how that will get done. It'll be a MMORPG game. I saw a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. So you'll be a character, and you'll be navigating through the Scubaverse, and you'll have to do things like regenerative farming or building bases so that you can get to locations farther away. But the really interesting thing that we'll do through partnerships with Edward and others at the UN is that we'll use a lot of data, so that, let's say there's an oil slick or an oil spill that happens, and a satellite picks it up. We'll digitally twin that into our environment. We'll be able to let players know that this has occurred. And as they start to come and assess the situation and let others know that they need help, cleaning this up because it's too big for them to do. Now, these things that I'm explaining mirror perfectly what happens in the real world as NGOs on the ground are notified that this is an issue that can be dealt with. And so we want to link in-game play with real-world action. And at the end of it, as the kids clean up this oil slick, they'll be awarded NFTs, which will give them a badge for the amount of real-world oil spill that they cleaned up. As they gather more and more of these real-world NFTs, they'll use them to gain experiences, like perhaps going on a real-life expedition with Amos Nahum, who's a National Geographic explorer, and is the first crazy dude to scuba dive with polar bears. Marcus put something in the chat just now. He's working up the aerial drone work that we're using for the Maldives. And we're working with someone now who does shipwreck photogrammetry to enable us to do the underwater part. We'd like to be able to make it so that it's piece of coral for piece of coral correct, so that citizen scientists as well as high science can collaborate on this platform, which is only one part of it is a game. The rest of it is a platform for data and science. And Marcus would probably be somebody who would explain things in the way that those of you that are still here would really want to hear it explained, more so than I am, the data platform side of it. But we'll use a combination of satellite imagery being put into Unreal Engine, along with photogrammetry and LiDAR to make these environments as real as possible. And for the example of the Maldives specifically, we'll work with the only nation in the world that takes marine biology as a GCSE requirement. We're going to work with them so that as the kids from the Maldives go out and snorkel and scuba dive, they'll be given equipment, underwater cameras, to document what they see. And when they come back and upload it, it will not only improve our models over time, but it will allow them to become the teachers to the next generation of citizen scientists. Kids like my kids who go to school in New Jersey will be able to learn from kids in the Maldives about why this increase in global temperatures, which is related to carbon emission and melting ice caps, equals higher sea levels, which equals islands disappearing. And the island nation of the Maldives will be 80% underwater by 2050 if this shit is not figured out. That's just disgusting. That we sit on here and we talk about commercialization and how companies will benefit and how they don't want to take a short-term hit. We're talking about an island nation that is the epitome of luxury to most of the world will be gone. And I think that this generation that cares more about purpose will embrace the idea that they can be part of, sorry, I get a little emotional. They could be part of the solution for this. Something I've worked like banging my head against the wall for 20 years, working on standards and having joined the codes team that David Jensen co-champions. It's really clear that the issue is engagement. The way to get this generation to engage is to make it easy for them to learn, easier than it was for me. Experiential learning, collaborative learning, learning through gamification. These are the things that will drive people to want to learn. And we've most recently started working a little bit with someone who will help us to build empathy into the game design. We also are partnered with Polygon, and we'll be launching at least partly within the Polygon ecosystem, and partnered with Mission Blue and with Drones Consulting, Marcus's,
yes,
one of Marcus's businesses that'll be doing stuff with you, Richard. I really appreciate the time, and I'm sorry I get a little passionate and just start going. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I feel it, Eric, and thank you very much for that update.
Richard, could I just come back in on that? Because what I loved about what you said, you know, born on the wings of your tears and passion and restlessness, was there has been evidence for quite a while around when we put people in front of screens, kids in front of gaming environments that are purely screen with them sitting on a sofa, that doesn't translate, no matter how powerful, into a lot of people to actually move their feet into action when back on Earth. But when you put diving suits on them and use the technology alongside the physical world, and as Marcus could talk about for ages, when he's using drones alongside kids on treasure hunts, you know, in proper parkland to go find stuff and learn stuff, and the drone is following them or they're leading it, but their feet are hurting from actually walking. You get the feet turn, the willpower is engaged. And so I think I just want to say, you know, the gamification that uses technology as a friend to the physical world rather than a replacement for it is what I'm all about.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And Eric, I just want to lean into one thing that you said about education. I watched a sitcom recently, and I won't name it, American sitcom. And not that I'm an expert, but I thought they go to topics, right? They try and do the big topics as well as being funny. And I thought they navigated like LGBTQ really well, and feminism and sexism. Not that I'm an expert, but I thought, yeah, they seem to have got the narrative really, really good. Then they tried to do climate change. And it's just a train wreck. I just thought they have no idea how to speak about this. They don't know what the narrative is. And bless them, they're trying, but they don't know.
You know, the narrative has been so fucked up for so long. It's been about doom and gloom, which puts people into fight or flight. And it hasn't worked. So at the Scubaverse, we want to turn these kids into superheroes. And we think that will work, helping them to see that the things that they're doing are creating the spark for change. And when I was a kid, I played Atari. Asteroids and Pitfall were the games that I loved. And each time I would die, after I got done yelling at the TV screen and throwing my controller, and
can't imagine.
I would understand, right? Like, I would understand that the only way to get past the thing that killed me was to figure it out. It teaches, like, gaming teaches people to fail really fast and to not give a crap about it, and to just come back from it and try again and try differently. And, you know, it happened last night, and I was thinking before this today, my 7-year-old daughter was playing Roblox, and she kept dying at the same part, and she started to get mad, and she started to say, the game knows it's cheating. I was like, oh my God, I had a flashback to the 80s. And the thing is, yes, in the 80s, sitting in front of a screen was really bad for you because it was kind of nonsense stuff. But now, as the focus on education has shifted, and certainly in the US, the thing that did it for me was COVID. My older sons, they didn't learn, like, they weren't taught. They were just at home and they could do what they wanted. And like 1 hour a day was not enough. So one of the other advisors that I brought onto the team is a guy in the UK who I actually grew up with. His name is Brett Wigdorts. And Brett started something called Teach First in the UK, which became its largest employer of postgrads. And they would take people that graduated college with degrees that wouldn't get them jobs in the real world and retrain them to become teachers and put them in areas where teachers were really needed, passionate teachers. And this is something that we think about a lot here, is how to use a platform that kids will have fun on to kind of sneak in this level of education that can be scaled depending on their level of interest. And the drone stuff that Marcus does is really like, you know, we're talking about how to do a drone survey of the Maldives, which is big. And above land is not so bad. Like it was only going to take us a couple of months. But underwater, it would have taken us between 5 and 20 years if we use one drone. So it's about how do you scale that? And then when you think about how do you scale it, it's how do you empower the people that live in these areas to gain the skills necessary to not only help us get this environment built, but to now be employable forever. As the economy shifts, like we had a conversation the other day with a friend of mine that does software and blockchain education for kids, and he does free sessions for them. And you know, being able to include stuff like that and the stuff, Richard, that you guys do and spearhead within the Scubaverse is important. It's like, it gives kids the ability to pick and choose the kinds of things that they want to learn about in a way that will speed up their development so much faster than was possible for us when we were kids.
Yeah. I could listen to the sermon from Eric all day. It's just reaching into my soul. Charlie, you put your hand up and then it went down again, but.
Oh, yeah, because I always feel like for me, when I leave my hand up, I feel like it's like, you know, that student in class that was always, oh, with the hand. It's like, okay, I see you. Okay. I know you saw me, so.
I saw you.
Thank
What's
you.
on your mind?
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. First of all, this was a phenomenal event. And I say that as someone who is in events, I'm in tech, I've been doing this for years. I do it for corporate clients, I do it for my own business. I mean, when I tell you that I was listening and working at the same time, of course. I learned so much. I'm so glad you had this event. I really look forward to what you guys have coming. And the reason I say this is because I've participated, as I'm sure many on this call have. And by the way, your audience is incredible. I mean, that chat was on fire. I've gone to a lot of, you know, sustainability events, you know, well-meaning people, right? This is no criticism to anyone who's trying to find a solution, right? And who wants to bring people together to talk about it. But I find that the conversations around this at events, especially large-scale events, sort of don't go deep enough, yes, and they don't hit the hard questions, and they don't, someone on this call, as a matter of fact, a few minutes ago, someone mentioned that students aren't sort of being challenged to learn how to have these difficult conversations. Well, neither are adults, right? Like that's the problem, right? Neither are adults. So to the point of the last gentleman who was speaking, I'm sorry, I forget his name. He made so many great points. I work with a client who's a STEM education, a STEM K through 12 STEM publishing company, one of the top 10 publishing companies in the country. So they roll out STEM curriculum to districts across the country. Thousands and thousands and thousands of schools across the country. Really great company. I am sort of helping them to, and I have been helping them to understand how to communicate certain things to teachers about what's coming, what they're doing, you know, what their curriculum is. You would be surprised. I actually have had many conversations with them about talking about climate change and incorporating that more into their curriculum, or at the very least, talking to teachers about it in their professional learning and sort of beginning to, they will not touch it. And the explanation that they give me, and it's very maddening, because I say to them, you know, there are districts like New York City is, as a state, is already incorporating, you know, climate change into their curriculum. I mean, it's now a mandate, like you've got to have it in your curriculum. They will not do it yet. The publishing companies are really tiptoeing around this because it is so political, because it's so politicized. And I know you guys understand what I mean. It's like the politicization of everything. I'm sorry, can't get that word out, is maddening. The other thing I will say, although it is changing, and I'm seeing states, as I'm working with this client, I am seeing states adopt and demand climate change to be part of their science standards. You know, a lot of them have their own state standards for science. They're actually incorporating them because the students are demanding it. So the students, especially the high school students, are coming to school and saying, what the heck do you want to know about careers in sustainability? And teachers are not equipped to talk about it. And so, and the teachers are like, I don't know, you know. So anyway, I said all that to say there's movement. It's not quick enough. It's not quick enough. And the other thing is, at the higher end of the scale, one of our clients is, and I'm just going to go ahead and say the name because it's a great institution, and I feel like it's okay to say, but NYU is one of our awesome sponsors. And they came to me and said, Charlie, you know, you're great. You know, what you guys, this was before the pandemic. We want to do an event with you for the students. We're trying to get them. This is their STEM, their entrepreneurial students in STEM. We want to talk to them about careers of the future, but we're not connecting with the corporate world in a way that's really exciting them and it's giving the corporate world what they want. So anyway, they were looking for solutions and events. And I said, well, are you guys talking about jobs of the future in the next, let's say, not even 10 years, let's say next 5 years, there's going to be millions of new jobs coming in. What about like jobs and climate change? They wouldn't touch it. And this was just 3 years ago. Now, I think now they've changed their tune, but I guess I'm saying it's not quick enough. And I don't think these institutions, unfortunately, can move quick enough. So my question to you and to anyone here, I'm not saying you should have the answer right now, is if you look at the reality that the institutions aren't going to be able to move at the speed that we need them to change the system of learning, right? Before we sort of miseducate the next generation, what is the alternative? I just don't see the solution necessarily being there. And if anything, it feels like the education system is an impediment. So anyway, sorry if I rambled on for a bit long, but anyway, I was very inspired by the last speaker, so thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. It's MKAI Unplugged. You know, this is where we do things our way, right? I mean, we go with the flow. And
Or one question that I did have, and I came late, so forgive me if you guys address this. I'm very much would like to know if anyone has any insight about, I love having a conversation about minerals, about you know, digging for minerals, especially in the ocean, you know, the nodes and stuff. And every time I try to have this conversation with anyone in sustainability, they just sort of like gloss over it. You know, oh, okay, you want more batteries, you want more EVs, you know, whatever. We need minerals. Where are we going to get them from? Are you okay? So do you have any insight on that or opinions?
Yeah, so just one thing at a time. So I'm just popping this in. So the area of education, we're just kind of UK focused on at the moment, that we see the most opportunity is with the colleges. So that's the 16 to 18 further education colleges, not the sixth forms that go on from the schools. They can make change very quickly. We sit on 2 of the large college groups advisory boards now for sustainability and innovation. We're trying to get on more of them. So absolutely. And they are very open to us inputting and challenging and course correcting them on sustainability. And they're the first to say, you know, we're not experts in this. So it's just one tiny area of the world, but it's certainly going the right way. Your second question on minerals, perhaps we could just put a pin in that for a second, because Monica's had a hand up for a little while. Can you put it in the chat, Charlie, so we can just log it and come back to it?
Sure.
Thanks,
Mr.
Monica.
Can I answer Charlie's question?
Yeah,
Can I answer
sure. I
Charlie's
don't mind. I mean, so Monica can hang a couple more seconds.
I'm sorry. So Charlie, thank you. I think that the issue, you're right about polarizing conversations. That is why the scuba-verse because the polarizing conversations that I was having for the last 20 years around policy and around sustainability and energy got us like literally nowhere. The thing is, if you ask someone if you ask the CEO of Exxon, do you like going to the beach? They're going to say yes. Would you like to swim in disgusting water at the beach? They're going to say no. I had a really interesting conversation with someone who had run for Congress in Florida on the Republican ticket about this. And she's the one that helped me to see it. Because we were talking about sustainability as I saw it. And she helped me to reframe it through her glasses. Like, you need to talk to people and find them where they are.
not tell them what you want them to do 50 years down the line or 10 years down the line. I think NYU is a really good place for this because they're super progressive. So it makes sense, and it's a much easier thing. And the thing about that is with NYU or like with a larger institution that others look to for guidance, when they start to do it, it makes it easier for others to say, you know what, we don't have to stay on our pole. We can come to the middle because it makes sense for business. And I think that that's really what it comes down to. Like you have to follow the money. So you have to be able to prove the business case. You have to be able to deliver tax advantage financial returns along with social and environmental benefits in order for something to work.
Thanks, Eric. Monica, with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Thank
Anna,
you. That
with
was
you
awesome.
after.
I love what Eric said, because it is about, you start where the people are, and you also find common ground. And I love about educating kids, because kids really can educate parents. There's been research way back in the 60s, 50s, way back, that showed that teaching the kids would help change the parents' behavior. So I think that if we focus on the early ages and teach the young kids, and I love what Eric is doing, and I love the passion, and I love the humanity that it's bringing. I just wish more would know about more people would know what he's doing, because I think that this is exactly one of the many solutions, but this is a really important solution that we need. But people don't change if you argue your point more, then the other ones become even more reticent to change their point. You have to find a common ground, and you have to start where they are, because no one moves very far. You've got to stretch them, but not to the point that they cannot reach. So I love what he said, and I really think that that's really a very important point in finding those answers.
Yeah, so I can just jump in now. So that was a brilliant discussion. Thank you very much for that. I also listened to the entire day. I had a lot of work to do, so I didn't switch on my camera, but it was quite a brilliant discussion overall. So Charlie, we are having, apart from what I do with MKAI, I participate in the IEEE Stanford initiative, which is called Planet Positive, which had a conference at Stanford this year. And one of the chapters where I'm participating is led by Marisa Zalabak. She teaches quite a lot in different disciplines. And she's bringing in high schoolers. She's based in New York as well, so that is brilliant of her, but she's bringing in high schoolers to read the chapter which we have prepared for this publication, to express their point of view and their perspective about climate change. And I believe that is a very valuable thing to do early on. We're going to do it very interactively, which is also quite brilliant. So if you want to join us, I just wanted to very quickly invite you. It is not going to be a big commitment, but you can meet Marisa and you can just enjoy exchanging ideas with her as well. And also for the extraction of raw materials. Within the European Union, there is quite a lot of discussion about that. There is actually an entire innovation group which works on that topic. It is EAT raw materials. That's what it is called. It is trying to sort of decrease the percentage of raw materials being extracted, to try and implement the circular economy solutions all over the place. But you're quite correct about most of the stuff that you said. we learn climate change at university level, and all of these initiatives that I'm talking about, they only become accessible once you finish up your bachelor's degree. But on the good side of things, I'm involved in a lot of stuff, some education stuff, mostly European, and then some global initiatives. But I believe that we can just collaborate and enjoy some of these topics. And then Marcus, you know where to find me in MKAI. I just had a call today with one of the largest Standards Association for Geographic Information Systems. They're very interested in doing digital twins. I can connect you with them. I tried to get them on board for a couple of my projects, but they start in February next year, but I can just connect you with them right away. They have quite a lot of meetings, and I think that if you find some resource with them, some standards that can be applied, some digital twin stuff, they have all the data. Like they can provide you with some data that doesn't require you going with drone, unless you want to like go with the drone and map it out, but they can provide you stuff that can historically help you track the pollution and help you with the tasks. So yeah, geospatial connections, I'll help out any way I can. That's all. And thank you, Richard, once more. It was a brilliant discussion.
Thank
you,
for everything
Monica.
you're doing.
That's great. Thank you. And I think Eric would like to know, because a lot of it is also about data, not just about the gamification. It's actually collecting data and feeding it back to the UN. So brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus. Yambo.
Actually, several points to go over here. That for one, and Charlie, thanks for intervening, since just this morning I was receiving word from a collaborator based in Boston, Massachusetts, and he was saying that he works with a group there locally called Transit Matters, and he was saying that they're actually having trouble. They've already stretched the local construction workforce to the limits regarding what capital projects are required. So there's definitely that angle in terms of, well, for example, around careers, around sustainability and such, that it said, even I was doing a back envelope estimate a couple of years ago, back when there was concern about if there's going to be any permanent depression in employment in the service sectors because of the effects of COVID and the like. And I was going through a back envelope calculation, and it turned out that if you're going to achieve, say, all of these net zero and other sustainability targets, at least as far as the US is concerned, it's going to mean a doubling, if not tripling, well, not just of the construction workforce, but also of the workforce's productivity as well, because unlike the rest of the states, where productivity has roughly doubled since the 70s, productivity in the construction sector has actually fallen since the 1970s in the US compared to broader price levels and such. So that's one bit. And then to the second point, Charlie, to your point about metals and such, that it's actually quite apt you bring it up, because with my team behind the Innovo group, we're now working with a provider of technologies that can actually mine, well, not just landfills, but also turn these mine tailings into usable products, as well as extract whatever metals and other valuables are still left there, because traditionally it's uneconomical to extract. So effectively, you could be exhuming landfills, say in New York, for example, like Fresh Kills. You could effectively be totally exhuming that, even legacy waste. Go to any landfill anywhere, Basra in north of New Delhi, anywhere you are, and exhume all that refuse and extract that for actual material. So you're actually getting full circularity there. So happy to chat about that with you, Charlie, as well as anyone who is interested. But really, there's quite a number of different strands to latch on here from this discussion. So we'll leave it to Brett now. You have your hand up for a while.
Yeah, hi. Trouble trying to get rid of it. Can you hear me? Oh. Technology failure there. I think I saw.
Can you hear me? Am I?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So just a very quick one about the schools education learning thing. My background was in that sphere. I used to run an environment centre, education centre. Just a word of warning around that, because I used to work with children and see them develop through the ages, and as they went from primary into secondary school, you'll notice a dramatic change in behaviour. And that's due to several things. One, obviously, change of interests. Other things start to preoccupy the mind, and they move away from the sort of environmental interests and some of those things, and also the way they're taught in the school changes, and it is certainly a factor that affects how people look at problems and problem solving and looking at the world in which they live. We become very reductionist when we get to secondary school education, and the thing about sustainability is about thinking holistically and linking things together and looking as a whole. And children have that in primary school education. It's very much about looking at projects and relating things to one another. So they have a kind of trained in a way to think in a way such people need to be doing, whereas in secondary school we don't. We're doing the opposite. So there's just a word of warning on that, because there's a behaviour shift when young people when they get to the early teens, which becomes another issue. So to think that they're going to be the sole saviour, yes, it is important. It's an important role, but there's just some considerations to think about that. Don't pin all your hopes in that basket. So there's some things that need to change in terms of the education, the way it's approached. But one I just wanted to focus on was around looking at the issues regarding a city. In our city in Coventry, we've actually done an analysis around the major impacts and what would make the biggest difference in terms of carbon reduction in the city. And there's something Professor Andy Goulson from Leeds, who's the government advisor to the UK Infrastructure Bank, has done that analysis for us, and we worked with him very closely. And there were some interesting things that came out. So for us, for the city, the top 10 items of activity that would make the biggest difference and have the biggest impact, all related to improvement of domestic, and bar one, 9 out of the 10 issues related to what we refer to as retrofit, which is about getting existing properties into a state where they'd be more energy efficient. A whole series of activities around that. Now, the question is, how do we stimulate people to take action to address those issues? And in our city, even when we have grants of up to £16,000, free, no match required or anything, we still have a job at getting people to take up the offers of free support to improve the energy efficiency of their homes. And this is at a time when we got rising fuel prices and everything else. So there's a number of behavioural issues that we recognise that we need to address, and there's something that's quite significant. How do we get people to understand this issue and look at it in a slightly different way? And that I think is the real challenge that's before us. Plus the fact that the government runs programs which last 1 to 2 years, if we're lucky, 2 years, and they don't allow for continuity. There's no continuity of approach. It's from one political soundbite to the next political soundbite. So some funding to do something for a short while. But what this requires is a long-term strategic effort and strategic investment over a long period of time, with some really clear messaging. This has some level of consistency with it, And what we have at the moment is nothing remotely like that. And it's interesting to see that countries which do make real progress, they tend to have those longer term programs. And I just say sort of emphasizing that aspect of the work. Where does that relate to education? Well, it's in a sense, it's about that understanding of how you look at those issues in a collective integrated way. And often if people just see it from a point of view of fuel costs or whatever, then it's kind of narrowed and constrained. But if we can widen it into things like improving comfort levels in the home and all the other things that provide benefits and be able to sell that in creative ways, that's the challenge I think that's before us. And for a whole string of things, but in our case for our city, it's around retrofitting homes. So we also talking to building societies and the like about creating new mortgage products which integrate that, so that when someone's a first-time buyer buying a home, that those retrofit opportunities, the funding package, it comes up front. So it doesn't seem like this is a massive sum of money. This is paid for during the lifetime of your house, of your mortgage. So it's trying to find new products, new ways of doing things, new ways of attracting people is going to be, I think, a real challenge. But for us to make a big difference, we know that's the area that we need to actually really make some effective inroads. And put it into context, last year we got every possible grant from the government. We managed to refurbish a few hundred homes. Our target in terms of homes with people at risk of fuel poverty is closer to 13,000. And in terms of those who are not in the fuel poverty category as such, they're not in terms of they're well to do, but still got very energy inefficient homes. That's another 20,000. So you can see that the task at hand is enormous, and we're only just touching at the surface. So it's how do we get national governments and others to really see what is required at a long-term sustained level, and consideration of ways in which that can be financed, either from individual personal finances, but also in terms of government, taxation, etc. I'll leave it there, but that's kind of put it into context.
Thank you. That's Brett.
Richard, I think I want to add on the brilliant points that Brett has mentioned. And I want to add that whenever we talk about education, or whether about smart cities and the implementation of solutions, one thing which needs to be taken care of is the digital divide. I think this is one aspect when it comes to the intersection of sustainability and using the digital technology. We need to look into what is the digital divide. Are you really having the facilities? Are the educational systems also having the right infrastructure that they can understand sustainability? If you do not have electricity in a school, if your school does not have running water, how are you going to actually understand sustainability, because the basic needs are missing? So I think digital divide is very important to understand, and the cascading effects when you implement a solution. This is one of the important points, I think, which is one of the takeaways in my mind from this session. So brilliant session. Thank you everyone.
Just to add to that, Jaisal, also that digital divide, whilst paying huge respect to the global situation, even in a city like Coventry or my city of Brighton, we had a news story break this year. And it was only because it was whistleblown that gas companies were breaking into people's houses to install smart meters. And we're coming to a position where, under the guise of what might be called the smart building in the smart city, is that if you have low wages, no wages, you're on benefits, you may be forced that the only option is to move into a flat where you do not have control over your lighting and heating. And that will be remotely controlled, and lights will go on and off based on whether you've paid, and temperature might be cold, but it's all that you can afford. And you won't have even any control over that because it will be remote controlled. Whereas if you have higher income, you'll have this kind of privilege to be able to turn your gas on or off. So I think that's going to start close to home as well quite soon.
Yes, I think that applies here as well, Paul. Yeah. Thanks for adding that. Yeah. Thanks, Richard. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Again, I see you've turned your camera on. There's a few things that you want to add.
No, I've just found the whole afternoon, evening fascinating, to be honest. And I think everything around education, I know I've probably banged on about it in the past, about how our whole education system needs to be addressed and completely updated. And I think that through games and through TV, media, is the way to reach the next generation. And it works very, very well. Even if you look at some of the documentaries on Netflix and you hear the younger generation talking about things, I am passionate about this being the form of communication. So hearing today has been, yeah, it's been great. I've really loved it, and the passion coming through. So thanks, Eric.
Yeah, thanks, Eric, and others as well. And look, I'm 40 years old, and you know, what was the narrative at school? I can see there's people similar age to me. It was, look, it's all really bad, and ultimately it's going to hurt a few polar bears if we don't fix this. That was the narrative. So why would anyone care? And then on the other hand, it was like DVD players were becoming like £30 and holidays were coming cheap. And of course that was going to win. And I feel so much for the environmental campaigners of even 10 years ago, let alone 20 years ago, that it was unwinnable. And we're still in this desperate situation, but at least now, you know, it's open, normal dialogue. It was laughed at for so many years. It's just utterly crazy with these people just putting their head in their hands thinking, how can we be this dumb? At least, you know, that's huge progress, even if it hasn't materialized yet. And of course, we believe it will. So again, thank you so much for your comments. Anything else you want to add? No, just a little more. Well, we can keep going as long or as little as anybody wishes. Is there others that would like to hop in with a comment or not? I mean, Laura's here.
You know, Richard, I'd like to say about the polar bears. So Amos, who works with us, he went to film polar bears for the first time as a way to show kind of that plight in a cool way. And so by scuba diving with polar bears, before he did that, and I don't remember the numbers, so I'm going to make them up, but he said, you know, everybody knew polar bears could only swim down to 40 feet. He said, but I was at 50 feet and it was still chasing me. And I got to 60 and I got to 70 feet and it finally turned around. And I think that the thing that Amos, when he tells that story, at least what I hear, is that everybody knows the answer to everything based on what everybody else tells them forever, until one crazy fuck just goes scuba diving with polar bears and realizes that, no, they're not limited. No, we're not limited. The effect that we could have on the way that things go for the next 10 years is based on the effort that we all put into it. And the stuff you guys are doing is super cool, Richard. Like bringing people together to have these conversations. This is stuff that should be happening with like school kids hearing it too. So that high school kids that are in AP programs can listen to this stuff and can start to figure out the direction that they're going to head in. I know you work with a lot of universities.
Yeah, chipping away. These things take time, unfortunately, but you know, appreciate the encouragement and the motivation, of course. I did just Google that story about polar bears, but didn't come up straight away. So if you do have a link to read that story or see more about that, that'd be great. Laura, do you want to make a comment possibly if you're video friendly today or microphone friendly?
Hey, Richard, I've only been able to pop in and out, but my mind is spinning, but I'm under too many NDAs to tell. There's solutions coming. And I can't wait to connect you all to the people, but it has to wait a little bit longer. I do appreciate everybody sharing their stories and their information, and I've written down some of these contacts. So I appreciate you doing this, Richard, And I'm sorry I missed some of it. I'd love to get the transcript also.
I'll see what I can do. Yeah, it should be possible. We've just got a slight
Okay.
technical challenge.
Okay. Well, whatever you got, and keep doing this. This is a great project. I love that you're doing this.
Thank you so
Everybody
much.
can work together.
Laura, just say a few words about what you do.
Oh, I'm an activist and also consultant. I make films also. Right now, we're actually doing one on the California grizzly bear, and also trying to fund a film called Climate Refugees with Michael Nash. So we're just trying to educate people through storytelling about what's happening with the planet, and also networking people who have solutions to each other, and just helping whoever's doing the work.
I love what you do, and I know you collaborate with some big names. I won't mention them, DiCaprio's, and but I have to say, when you and Michael Nash came on to our session about the role of television and movies in climate change, that was one of my favorite forums ever, by the way. It was just so much fun.
Well, it was an honor, and I know everybody knows storytelling's really how you get information and motivate people. So, yeah, anybody that wants to talk, y'all connect to me. I'm on LinkedIn, and Richard also has my contact info. I could put it also here in the chats.
Yeah, you're very active on LinkedIn, aren't you?
I try to be, because that's where you find the smartest people.
I just can't handle Twitter. It just feels just crazy. But we all got our place, haven't we? Our space that we like to be.
That's right.
Is this a LinkedIn crowd, but out of interest? Is that what we have in common? Are we all kind of LinkedIn people?
So that's where I found you, Richard.
Yeah, it's great to hear from you, Laura. I know you stay close. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, well, AI it's an imperative. People are like, oh, AI, it's going to ruin everything. I'm like, it's already here. So start using it and figure out how it's going to help you, because it does help. It does. It's just having another head in the room, it's important. So
most definitely is. And I think the thing about ChatGPT for me, and other large language models are available, is that we're a communications business ultimately in two respects. One, we want to take complex subject matter, whether it's sustainability or it's AI or blockchain or whatever like that, and we want to make it accessible and inclusive, and that's part of our modus operandus. And also we have to market those things and explain why it's worth coming to this forum or paying to come to one of our workshops. And so I consider myself to be a communicator. I mean, I trained for about 10 years, but I communicate in my own way, and I assume everybody else, understands that. And I use ChatGPT to break through that echo chamber and that filter bubble about how I think people understand things. And asking ChatGPT to rewrite my things, whether it's a title for something or a LinkedIn post or something, I can see how it would write it based on the web. And it starts to re-educate me around language and structure and communication styles, so that I can make myself and this organization better understood. That's been phenomenal.
I agree. I thought that the city of Austin keeps coming up with these really awful sculptures and things to put in the park, and so I asked Dali to draw me some fun swing set situations for kids, and I told it to make it like the Jetsons and futuristic, and it was so much fun what it came up with. Of course, it doesn't know how swing works, so it didn't get the swing part. But other than that, the little play, station that it created was so fun and so creative, and I know any kid would have wanted to play on it. So it's got its gifts. Everything has, we're human. We have to be able to decipher what we can use and what we can't, and go from there. So anyway, that's my.
I'd like to see that if you get a chance.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Thank you. And I'm just putting in the chat as well. Thanks, Lorenzo. So this is the topic we want to get into. So, what does being human look like in the world of work and beyond when we do have these powerful generative AIs? Lost you there slightly, Laura. Lost you a little bit. Could you say that again?
I put the, there it is. See
Wow.
it?
Amazing. That looks like something that my brain would come up with under the influence.
Anyway, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. I got excited.
No. I love it. It's just, I could just look at what is it, Midjourney's feed all day, because I don't know if you've used Midjourney, but you have to use it through Discord. So you have to interact with the kind of one of the feeds, and it's just like these things are just appearing, and it's
Have you seen any of the YouTube videos on Midjourney? I'm addicted to Midjourney YouTube videos. They're insane. Like, if you want to know how to really do it, not that I do, like, I watch the videos and I'm like, oh my God, that's awesome. And it's incredible because some of the people who are doing these YouTube videos, these are like experts, like artists and stuff, and they're actually telling you like how to do the images and make them, if you want, photorealistic. And it's just really fascinating. It's addictive.
I know, and it's biased, draw a handsome man. That's quite a white dude, isn't it?
Yeah. Or as a woman, how many images of women with big boobs am I going to see in social media that are generated by AI? I mean, when is that going to like?
Agreed. And my favorite one is drawing Jesus as like a square-jawed white guy with long hair, and it's like,
and
don't think
crystal
so.
blue eyes.
I have to quote, I mentioned a sitcom earlier, and the one that I do like, it's called Superstore. I think it's crazy and silly, but I do like it. And one of them said on there, and he said, and just imagine how hard it must have been for Jesus being a white guy out in the Middle East at that time. It's just
It's insane. I worked on sitcoms for years in the room in Hollywood. Yeah, I did. So whenever someone said something about sitcoms, I'm like, oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot that goes down in those sitcom rooms. And I worked as the script coordinator in the room with the writers all day, all night. And I mean, with people like Cosby and like,
what have you worked on? What are some of the shows?
Oh, dude, they'll make me do it.
Just a couple, come on.
No, come on. Well, I definitely worked on Cosby. You would know that one, but the new one, not the one in the 80s. I'm a Gen X person. Yeah. I've worked with like Norman Lear and Gary David Goldberg on some of the shows that came out of DreamWorks when they first launched. I mean, so I have not been in entertainment in years. Is sort of my foundation, but I don't think much has changed with regards to how those rooms are run, because they're very political. It's very much, well, back then it was very much, older white guys running the room, no faces of color, barely any women. And so, you get a lot of, that kind of comedy, but now it's changing. So what was the show that you mentioned? I would love to check it out.
Superstore. It's kind of rubbish, but it's kind of good.
Well, that's sitcoms, right?
Sitcoms. I have to say, just for the record, like, I'm not sitting on my sofa on the big screen watching this thing like it's like my full attention. I'm making breakfast and it's on in the background, right? So, just FYI. And I need that comic relief. Like, my barber, she says to me, like, oh, you should watch this show. It's amazing. It'll really get your mind working. And I'm like, my mind needs a break after work. It doesn't need a complex show. I said, if you wouldn't tell a personal trainer that he should get down to the gym after his day's work. Like, this thing needs some rubbish comedy, okay?
I need garbage. Thanks. Garbage in,
Yes.
and I do enough work. So, and by the way, if you speak about gyms, there's a show on Netflix that's now like the #1 show globally on Netflix, which is exactly that kind of show. It's called Physical 100, where it's like 100 of the most physically, quote unquote, beautiful, like bodybuilders and like athletic people in South Korea, like competing for, it's like Squid Games, but reality based. Anyway, it's totally, but it's so good. And I watch it when I'm working and it's just so good. It's so stupid. It's so stupid, but so good.
We need it. We need the dumb stuff as well. And it's beautiful in its own way.
And supper time here, all. Thank you so much for
Thanks, Paul. Thanks for being with
thrilling
us.
few hours. Much to ponder on, and kudos to everybody for doing good in the world.
Is there anybody on
Thank
hour
you so
5,
much.
by the way, who joined us just after 2? Alex did.
I did.
Hour 5, you legend, Jerry.
5 hours later, and some hot chocolate for like more energy.
I'm up for it. Let's do another 5. I'm just kidding around. Robert, you want to chip in with a couple of things while you're unmuted?
I just wanted to find out, will this be available? I did come in late, so just like.
Yeah, so we used to publish the chat, but some people got upset about that because they said
Understood.
they didn't want it like publicly. So just buzz me for that.
Okay.
LinkedIn, or I have a shortcut to write my email so I can write it quickly. I'll send that to you. I mean, I have the full chat. I mean, it's going to be a great read for sure. The video,
right.
it takes a while to do.
That's fine. That's fine.
It'll be up tomorrow sometime.
All right.
Just,
thanks,
just go
everyone. I
to
appreciate it.
Event archive on the website will be there. Oh, thank you, Robert. Yeah. Mohammed, you want to make a comment on the proceedings? It's always nice to see you. Some people might have stepped away, of course, and left it on in the background.
Well, I hope they're not thinking of you the way we think of the sitcoms that, it's like, just background noise.
Charlie, just tell us more about sitcoms. That's what we really want to hear about.
No, what do you want to do?
So I think I'm one of those people that always wished I'd been fortunate enough or brave enough to have got into sitcom writing. But my worry was that like it's great being funny, but then like you kind of have to be funny, and like under a strip light at 9 a.m. on a sobering Monday morning, and they're like, you be funny.
Yes.
I mean, like
Yes.
it would just ruin
It is like
comedy,
that.
wouldn't it?
Well, it ruins a lot of shows. It is like, I'm not going to lie, because at the end of the day, what most people don't realize, and the biggest difference between indie film, which I've done, I worked at Sundance for years, indie film and TV, is that TV is run very much like a business. It's not that film is it, but TV is episodic. Every week you've got to deliver. And if you don't, those ratings, if they dip, the advertisers, what's going on? Where's the money? And you've got suits breathing down your neck from the network and the studio. So, and I used to have to sit in rooms with them, right? So it would be, it was grueling in so many ways that it was comedic, because everybody handles that pressure differently, and I'm the one who puts the script together after everything is done, after they all, and in the room, they would even look at someone like me. I'm not a writer. I'm not sitting in there, I thought I wanted to be one, but I don't necessarily. And they would look at me after they do a riff. Yeah. Bob comes in, Cosby looks at him, Joe says this, it's funny. Yeah, that's funny. They think it's funny. And then they look at me, they say, Charlie, read it back to us. What do you think? So there's that like you said, there's this real insecurity thing, even with the high-end earners, the executive producers. They'd be like, Charlie, what'd you think?
Are they all depressed? Isn't like every comedic writer like on the verge of like ending it every day?
You have to perform that. Then you have to, the next morning, that script is going to table. It's going to be read in front of studio suits, the suits at the studios, everybody on the set. It's going to be read, and it's got to be funny. If people don't laugh, you feel like oh.
What when you watch a movie that's like a massive letdown, like the Simpsons movie or something like this, like how does that get through when it's so clearly not funny?
It goes through 1,000,001 rewrites. They also will sometimes bring in punch-up people. That doesn't really necessarily help. They'll bring in comedians who are brought in just to punch up scripts. But at the end of the day, to be honest with you, more scripts go out on TV that aren't funny. I'm talking about in sitcoms. And remember back in the day, they used to have laugh tracks. That's why, because this stuff is not really funny. They want to cue people to laugh, but also they want to cover up the fact that it's not funny, but here's where you should laugh if it was. So a lot of it, and believe me, there were more nights where we spent writing until 2 a.m, just like, guys, it's a dead horse, just let's go, right? It's a collaborative effort, though. So ultimately, you're not alone. Even if your name is on the script, it's a group effort. So that takes some of the pain out of it. But when you have a personality like Cosby, who's, when you work for a celebrity on a sitcom or a TV show, it's a different ballgame. You're held to a different standard, and they will more likely, like Cosby would just literally rip your script apart in front of you and be like, this is what is this? Yeah, and you got to take it. You got to. Yeah,
can you criticize them, or is their ego just so massive that you have to tiptoe around it?
You can, you just won't work again. So no, you can. You know what Cosby used to do? This is fine. I hope I'm not. If I'm going way too up, just let me know. But this goes to show you how much of a sociopath Cosby was, and he's far from the only ones. A lot of them are like sociopaths, right? We would sit in a room, do the reading. This is after the writers. We worked on it all night long or for days on end. We finally get the script to where we needed to go. And we do the table read, right? So the casting crew are there, the executives are there. And then Cosby, because he is who he is, he used to be able to get away with any and everything, right? We would all be waiting for notes. My job is to sit there and take the notes, make sure that they get into the script with the writers when we go back into the room. So Cosby would look at the script, he'd finish reading it, he'd slam it down on the table. Everyone's waiting. Okay, what is he going to say? What is he? Because no one talks before him, not even the studio executives who greenlit the project. He would lean back in his chair, put a cigar in his mouth. He did this every week. I swear he used to love this. It was torture. He'd lean back and he'd say, when I was a boy, and he would go into these long stories that had nothing to do with anything. And then he would look at the writers and he would say, that's the point of this episode. Put that in the script. And we would all be looking at each other like, what the hell did he just say? And my job was to make sure that got in the script. Like I would go back in the room with the writers and be like,
That's not me, is it? I'm not frozen, am I? Okay, all right.
Huh?
Sorry, lost you for a second,
I just
Charlie.
stopped. I didn't want to continue to.
You stopped?
I just don't want to dominate the conversation.
Oh, I thought it was frozen. Yes, I was hanging on your every word.
That's a TV ploy. That's never keep them wanting more. See?
I've learned so much from you. That was the whole plot of Life of Brian, wasn't it? He just didn't finish the sentence.
Just didn't finish. So maybe we should do that with climate change. Maybe we should change the whole technique and turn it into a sitcom and maybe get more out of it.
I think so. I think that's entirely the answer. Yangbo's putting his thumb up. Turn the whole thing over to sitcom writers. Take it out of the hands of the UN. Love them. I'm only teasing, of course.
You could hardly do worse. You could hardly do worse. Okay.
I think they have I'm just going to be slightly political here, but I do genuinely think it is Mission Impossible, and those people, they're brilliant. I mean, they really do slog it out every day to try and move this needle. It's so difficult to move.
Hard.
Look at that one. It took her 10 years to get an agreement on the ocean. So yeah, no, I mean, our hearts go out to this huge challenge, but
it's hard.
It's easy to see how hard progress is too. I get it.
Oh yeah. And people are people, right? Like at the end of the day, that's why I try to be mindful of that too. And I really appreciate these conversations. Like your event today, it really brought out so many different points of views, and hearing that, it reminds us that look, we're really trying to figure this out, and it's not easy, and there's no easy fix. There really isn't. It's going to we're going to kill ourselves trying to save ourselves, right?
I know, and I see your hand up, Brett, but just to follow on this train of thought, I mean, I remember, I work a 4-day working week because otherwise I just burn out. So I force myself not to work Tuesdays, and because I love the work. And sometimes I play just a short round of golf, 9 holes with my dad, almost pitching and pies, just something to do while we chat. And I saw this mature gentleman, clearly retired, and it was a 3 o'clock Tuesday afternoon, sun was shining, gorgeous, and he was furious about the person in front of him who had played too slowly. And I was like, what?
Wow.
What? How could your life be more perfect?
Right.
Faster.
and so, and and if like, that's just a sociopath, really, isn't it? That like just can't see that they've just had the greatest innings of any generation ever. I mean, I met a guy on a walk in his 70s, and he had a house where his garage was bigger than my house. And I said to him, "You must have had a great career." And he said, "Not a chance." He said, "My brother-in-law screwed me over, kicked me out of the business. I lost everything. I had to rebuild from scratch. I never got anything back." And I was like, "So it went really badly, and you have this house."
Right. It's like, I'm going to do all of that and I don't have a house.
Can I live in your garage?
And I'm in.
And this is the thing, like, like blame doesn't get us anywhere. And like, blaming Shell or blaming whoever else is just pointless, really. Everybody did the best they were thinking to do at the time that they did it. And it was a book that came out from a great author, as Why I Don't Talk to White People About Race Anymore. And I was like, well, that's because white people don't know they've done anything wrong. Like, yeah, there's systemic biases that absolutely, when we look into it, are flipping terrible and continue to preside in society, 100%. But most people don't know that. So why on earth would they want to be blamed when they don't know they've done it? That's not going to do anything.
That's true, and that's why, as a Black woman, it's the flip side of that, and it's so true. As a Black woman, I've been working in companies since I was about 15. I came out early, and I started working in big companies and stuff, and so I was always the only, back then too, Black girl and Black woman, and you can't, like you said, to your point, you have to sort of sometimes meet people where they are. And so I was always the one that they would talk to and ask questions of, especially in the writer's room, a room full of older Jewish men who know nothing. People question how I even got in those rooms, right? What are you doing in the room with Norman Lear, Gary David, with Jeffrey Katzenberg? How did you get in that room? We can't, I was the one they would turn to and ask those questions about, well, Charlie, is this really a racist thing if we say this? And it's like, oh, geez, how many times? And I think that, to your point, I think that's why I was always asked to come into rooms by those types of men in those positions of power in Hollywood, is because I chose, you got to pick and choose your battles, right? And I never, even though it drove me crazy, some of the things they would say in those rooms, which can be really offensive, I would have to remember who they are and where they come from, and not give them a pass, but sometimes give them a pass. Sometimes go,
yeah, I mean,
okay.
Circumstances, of course, will be different, but yeah, I don't, obviously I can't step in your shoes, but I'm just saying generally that just anger, like the guy on the golf course, or, the person who thinks that, the Shell CEO is to blame, or back in the 1970s or whatever, it just doesn't help. And I know that's easy to say.
Where's the anger coming from? Where's the anger coming from? Can someone tell me? What do you think? Where's that really deep? We've got a reason to be annoyed and frustrated and everything. I mean, but hell, we're living better than any other generation ever, period. Where's the anger coming from? And is it justified?
I'm sure others have got opinions, but I mean, I feel the anger has come from the myth that we were sold that this Western lifestyle would make us happy. And then the other side of the planet who don't have that lifestyle, who think that they would be happy if they did. And I don't see the answer to that, because, like, we have in society, your society, others, massive choice. And therefore, if you make the wrong choices, then it's your own stupid fault. You just didn't make the right choices, and you could have everything if you had. So that's a terrible life to be living. And the pressure that puts on us. And then, you know, we get stuck in that treadmill, don't we? We can't get out.
That is an event.
And then
that's profound. I agree.
And so I chatted to a prominent environmental activist from Chad, and Chad's mostly a Muslim country. And she explained to me all the virtues of that society, which on the face of it sound incredible, that they would work together as a functioning society. There was one gentleman that was abusive to his wife, and like a complete stranger came round, you know, put his finger up to his face and said, "You don't do that." Like if a child misbehaves, like anybody can like reprimand the child in a playground. It is a shared responsibility. And the respect for the elders is incredible, and the respect for marriage and all these things is incredible. However, in doing so, you can't challenge it. So where's the innovation coming out of Chad? I'm not picking on Chad, it's just that's where she's from. Where's the patterns? And if you can't turn around to your father or your mother or whatever and just say, look, you are wrong, then you can't break through. So on one hand, you get this incredible society that we're missing. No one even knows their neighbors anymore. And we're flush with choice, which should make us happy. But we can challenge, and that's why we're LGBTQ friendly in the UK, because we challenged it successfully, and now we have a much more tolerant society from it. So how do we find the path between those two is the real question for me.
I think that's eloquently put, to be honest with you. I think that's probably one of the best, and I'm not saying it's an absolute answer. There are no absolute answers, but I mean, the question about why everyone is so angry and what the real challenges are is spot on. Because I believe, like what you said, that people are especially in this country and in Western society, we were sold a whole lot that didn't come to fruition. And those of us who understand, and by now, I think most people do. The pandemic really kind of opened people's eyes. I think most people realize that dream is never going to come true. There is no such thing as consumption over, consuming endlessly without at no price. Just get everything. There's no such thing as everyone having living a certain standard of life or living at no cost or at a minimal cost. It's like it was all BS, right? And it was an experiment that happened just in the past 50 years. So it's a relatively new phenomenon. And I wish that we would explore this more in the context of climate change, because I do think that that's a core problem.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry to lay the hands, but in that session that we had with Laura and Michael Nash, and we had Hans from Disney, I said to Hans, I said, look, I get it every single time I watch a sitcom or movie. There's an American couple, they're in their massive kitchen, cooking, chatting, whatever. As soon as they leave the house, I know exactly what's going to happen. They're going to get into a massive SUV, no matter what their job or their salary is, right? Because America has this relationship with the big car, the success, the power, and how do you break that chain that you're not anybody unless you've got a huge car?
Right. Well, let me ask you a question. How do you break that chain? That's a seemingly impossible question to answer. Here's another one. How can you be sure that we aren't perpetuating that same way of thinking in the next generations in another way? Maybe not necessarily similarly, but the whole idea of how we're selling the solutions around climate change, as you and so many mentioned in this call, is in and of itself another sort of the SUV phenomenon, which is that we can have what we want. We can save this world. We can have the climate solutions and fix things. All we need to do is this, and this. And that's just not true. It's just not true. I don't think the sacrifices that we need to make are being outlined really clearly. I don't think most people realize, maybe not even the kids. No one wants to say it. No one wants to believe it. I mean, we would have to really drop our standards of living significantly
basically
now.
Have to stop right now.
Yeah. Right. We have to get off this call.
Basically, yeah. I have stop recording it.
I mean, come on. Listen, let me ask you, are you putting down your phone Okay, right? Like no one's putting down.
I am
It's just not
deleting
gonna-
more. I'm deleting emails every day, by the way. You know, so just doing my part. But just I last thing, and then we'll get to the hands. And I'm sorry that we've delayed things, but is, you know, I just thought about like Thailand, for example, and lots of people want to visit Thailand, and I think how many of them really want to visit Thailand, or how many just think they ought to, or that they're missing out if they don't. Or that it's a rite of passage. I mean, how many people are actually just on that plane and doing that thing because they just feel you have to go to Thailand, even though they don't even flip and want to go to Thailand?
They don't even know what it's about, really.
Anyway, over to the hands. But Charlie, you are fascinating.
No, you are. Oh my God, we've got to continue this conversation afterwards. And everyone on this call, I want to hear what everyone else has to say too. Thank you so much for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad, do you want to go first?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I am on. I'm not mute. That's okay. Yes, taking that argument on a bit further. So earlier it was talked about getting the message across. Earlier I mentioned about the change in the business model. One of the things that's talking about when we reduce products, I think we're also, the nature of the products are going to be different. So if we're really unhappy because we just focus on material things, but what if we focus more on the spiritual and psychological, emotional things? So if we saw a shift, as we just heard just now about the arts and culture, about film, etc., that's becoming more and more popular to people. It's an avenue where people can do more things in economic activity. It's an avenue which actually could be less destructive of the environment as well, because it's not about material possessions. It's about other things. It's about ideas. It's about concepts. It's about sharing things that actually are not physical products necessarily. There might be physical products associated with some things like get the latest DVD player, but you don't have to focus on, well, actually that shows how old I am, talking about DVD player, but the latest kind of technology to see these medium. You don't have to worry about that. That does not, it's so important. But when you look at that medium, it actually is a real opportunity. It's really attracts more and more people, and it's things that help provide some release for people from the drudgery of normal life and their treadmill and trying to get the material possessions. Yet it's also a real opportunity to change people's views and perspectives on things. So like you're saying, instead of the usual mainstream films show people consuming all the time, don't they? Their value set is about what they consume. How about if we started changing that a lot more? A lot of the independent films I see now have a focus on other things as well, and not just that. So if we look at the UK sitcom, not sitcoms, but UK soap operas, how many of them cover these kind of issues? They don't. Very, very rarely, if ever. And yet millions of people watch those day in, day out. And it could be a very effective way of subtly getting across messages without people having it rammed down their throats, but in a way which actually makes them think in different ways. But we don't do that. We don't use this media in that way. And yet we could. There is the potential, the opportunity to do that. And I also think about use of comedy. I don't know if you saw my note, but you know, heading off to the gym. I mean, there's a real comedy to that, isn't there? That people get in their cars, they drive down to the gym to get on a bike that actually goes nowhere, that actually they cycle the distance, the equivalent of them getting to the place and back. So why don't they just cycle to the place and back and don't bother paying to go into the place, because then they've done the exercise and it saved them loads of money. And they've also got changing scenery and everything else along the way. But it's a madness, isn't it? When you look at it, like the things which we do, how crazy they really are. And yet we don't really focus on that and make a comedy of it. We don't. I know Ben Elton, the British comedian, actually did a bit of focus on those things, but when he wrote Book Stark and things like that, sort of comic literature, that kind of highlighted the stupidity. But that kind of thing, I think we need to do more of. And, you know, it can be making light of something, but it also get people thinking about, well, actually, I do that. That's a bit mad. Why do I do that? And I just think it's challenging perspectives in light-hearted ways can be really quite important. I think it can get home to people, but also recognizing that culture and the arts, etc., is a potential avenue for a lot of more increasing economic growth and economic development that moves people away from consumption of objects and items, which actually are the things which are quite destructive. I just think there's something about looking at that, how that works. And I know that within the arts, we were a city of culture in Coventry, and we looked at how do we reduce the impact for visitors when they go to theatres and the like. And there's been a lot of work on that. And with, as you know, in the UK, we got Albert, which looks at environmental impact of filmmaking. And there's a company in Coventry that takes sets from old films, stores them for reuse. Instead of every film that's produced, it's usually about 3 skip loads of stuff that gets chucked every time after a film is produced, but using kind of innovative ways to do things differently. And I remember talking to someone who produced a film which involved a US taxi, and the normal solution would have been to got a yellow cab from the States, flown it over and put it on set. And instead of that, the person put everything in reverse, puts the image in reverse, and then flipped the film. So they had the writing backwards and stuff like that. So they didn't need to move the car vehicle. They just filmed it and then reversed the film around. So it then looked like it was driving on the right side and everything else. So simple things like that, people being creative around solutions. So there's a lot of creativity in the arts and culture. And I think people do find solutions to things, but just sort of kind of advocating the role that arts and visual media can play in subtly changing attitudes and behaviours towards these sorts of issues. And I think there's a lot to explore there, and there's I think there's a lot of there's a long way to go, I think, but it'd be quite interesting.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. Yangbo.
Well, several points to address here, and then Charlie and others have already brought it up. So I just wonder, it's about to be released tomorrow for International Women's Day, but you're familiar with this book. I was just recently done reading a review copy of it called Good Morning Hope. You've heard of it, or have you not? Oh, well, yeah, it's actually a memoir by two who are, so currently they founded a couple of NGOs focused on women and other underrepresented groups in science. So I think one was University of Cambridge and the other as well. But they fled Albania during the Civil War in the late 90s. And one remark they actually made comparing what they had originally conceived about what the UK was like based on the media that they were shown and the reality when they got to the UK as refugees in the late 90s. And one remark there just about this point of about these comments about whether is there really that trade-off or not, because what they know is that, well, yes, you do have choice, you do have these things. And what they were quite shocked by was how they observed the students just outright showing no respect to teachers in school. That was what was quite shocking them, since it was severe reprimand and severe consequence if it were done in Albania, where children grew up. So it just reminded me of that snippet that their memoir right there. And moving on to the point about going through standards of living and such, I do highly recommend the study called this group study was done just over a decade ago around the concept of the 2000 watt society, done by ETH Zurich, Switzerland. And what they noted was that you can still achieve a very high standard of living and even improve standards from where they are today, even in a developed place like Switzerland, even while cutting consumption down to the equivalent of 2000 watts of continuous power per capita by the second half of the 21st century, and 1 gigaton of CO2, which is pretty much equivalent to net zero if you account for natural sinks. And what's also telling, given what we're focused on technology, I may have told some of you who've during some previous sessions before, is that the remark that stuck with me, the snippet that stuck with me in their report, was when they were running 3 different scenarios of what the future's going to be like. So one would be just incremental improvements technology, basically more of forecasting as here are things that will more or less stay the way they are, except we may make things more efficiently, we may switch over renewables and such. That's one. And then the second one is where you actually have severe constraints in natural resource availability, especially energy resources. And then the third was a scenario which they said basically unlimited technologization of everything. And what they actually found was that it was the second one that actually leads to, it turned out in their model, produced higher quality of life across the board. And then it was also their other one, and what they found was that the technologization of everything actually led to this doomsday scenario of the surveillance state as outcomes. So, which we're already seeing come to pass in places like much of mainland China these days. So just 2 items I'd like to leave out there just as fodder for continued conversation, and even to help shape future sessions. So maybe the next session we can continue on some of those themes this way.
I think we need to, yeah. I mean, it's fun to jump around to different topics, but like the overriding message was that there's still a lot to unpack in this, and that, you know, we're creating the space and the energy that enables that to happen, which is a great privilege to be able to do that, and a great honor that anybody would say that. All the best, Eric. Yeah, I mean, but give me a shout, but you know, love to get input. It's quite challenging to come up with ideas for new forums after doing 75 events. So
well, yeah, because many of those topics are they will take several fora to really address in a pretty thorough manner, since especially this one, I think there were quite a lot. It definitely raised far more questions, honestly, that then can be really addressed properly, that there's just given how this conversation has emerged after.
Yes. Yeah, very much. Yeah, when you get down to the core principles and so on. David, you've had your palm in the air for a while. Do you want to make some comments?
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I should say this is my first experience with you all, and I'm quite impressed, and thank you. I look forward to learning more about what everyone's doing and where this is going. I wanted to share a couple of thoughts. One, just to reinforce something I said or posted in the chat. I'm working as a civic and environmental education senior fellow now with the North American Association for Environmental Educators. And that's the entirety of the profession in one way or another, and very interested in many of the ideas that have been forward regarding education. And I'd invite and hope to hear more from those of you who are taking on these many projects, because there's an extensive and long-standing network of very experienced people in NAEE with these questions of both adult and child education in community and in institutions. So again, that's NAAEE.org. And I'm David Silverman. The other couple of comments I wanted to make. One, just on the notion of what's happening with media narrative. One of the hats I wear is producing primarily community media, radio, television, web. And you know, I would love to see, for instance, a sitcom set in a cooperative. I'm reminded that there was a reality TV show a few years ago that I'm forgetting the name of it now, but it was a good documentarian taking on issues. This was taking a couple of New Yorkers and plopping them down in an eco-village in Missouri. And the culture shock and adaptation and learning to live a low impact lifestyle in community where these things are negotiated to include innovation, by the way, to the point about the tension with traditional cultures that have social cohesion versus individualist cultures. That tension, I think, is something that really needs to be addressed. The way I have come to think of it, and I'd be curious about feedback on any of the points that I'm making, is that much of the challenge of sustainability is to recognize sustainability is the mechanism or means the
David, I've lost you there. I think we've all lost David, right? I can see other people moving, so I know it's not me.
Yeah, we lost him, which is too bad because I love the points he was making. He had me at cooperative comedic or sitcoms. Like that's.
I think that was the idea, Charlie. You want to say?
I was like, yeah. Took me back to my
hook the fish there, you know what I mean? Like,
for real, sell it, baby, sell it.
David, we were hooked on what you were saying, but we lost you there. Just you said a thing about climate change or something like that.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure where I stopped. I had talked about the reality TV show example and the notion of the co-ops or intentional communities at home. The notion of intentional community as the place where sustainability moves mainstream communities, if and as we can develop relationships and culture at the local level that is much more collaborative and takes on intentionality as part of the process. And I was noting that one of the current projects I'm involved in is action research on how neighbors talk to each other and develop collaborative relationships towards sustainability in their communities, in mainstream communities. And this is critically important both on the cultural level, but also how do people reimagine standards, processes, indicators, et cetera, as something they own, rather than imposed or something that's developed in order to meet market criteria. And that's been something I've thought about a lot and done some research on, the inversion of standards process development to include local based, not as recipients or commentators, but direct participants in development. And that, of course, as in all of this, requires, in the current setting, lots of well-developed community media that is also lateral and global. I'm very interested in some of the things that have come up, examples of that. So the last thing I wanted to say, and again, welcome any thoughts on any of this. I put in chat a comment about the trade-off that is occurring, I observe here very concretely on a number of areas. Because of the rhetoric of climate change and its co-optation for all the forms of business as usual, you know, I mentioned in the chat the decapitation of state EPA oversight of radiation health standards and waste disposal. This is also true for train shipments in the US. It's true for a number of other sectors because, of course, there's a huge nuclear push from the business as usual crowd as a solution in the US and much of the country. And without getting into all the politics of that, it is enormously disheartening to observe people who should know better choosing to do simple trade-offs between environmental issues rather than drill down on actual comprehensive sustainability solutions and politics and stand up to those attempts to co-opt issues for profit that will result in further environmental problems. And I don't know how people in this circle regard this, but coming from both, you know, plenty of corporate as well as plenty of NGO and governmental experience, this is a critical issue, and how, whether it's the ESG community or otherwise, takes seriously the very, I mean, degrowth is one way to look at it, but seriously not making choices which have compounding effects as a trade-off for, you know, something that seems like a magic bullet. So I will stop there. Thank you for letting me download. And there's some great information I've been listening to. Thanks again.
Thank you, David. Yeah, there's definitely a lot to unpack in there, and I think for me the scariest part is when people in government or corporations, whatever, really do believe what they're saying. That how you break through that. For me, you look at Uganda and Ghana, they're going backwards on LGBTQ. Like, it's heartbreaking. They're putting in draconian laws to punish this, and it's kind of often born out of religion, which is just, I mention it because, like, you can't combat that. Like, there's kind of nothing you can do that's going to combat thousands of years of doctrine and scripture that they're leaning on to make these decisions that make life incredibly terrible for a group of people. It doesn't matter who that group of people is, right?
And it's really more so about the interpretation than anything else, that you have this situation where it's one thing if you read those, but what often happens is they've just rely on those who have interpreted those scripture in a certain way without actually, don't know how many of them even bother reading those themselves or even trying to interpret them for themselves, but it's rather relying on interpretations that just go unquestioned more than anything else. And ditto with policies as well, that just so much, it's really less the policies, less the codes, it's more so that people just haven't questioned interpretations for a generation after generation.
Well, I hear that, and that's a great response. But on top of that, is there ways of unpacking this? Can you decouple LGBTQ rights, from whatever reason they've come up with, but from the religion, like that? And how does that relate to climate change? How much decision making is because we can't decouple their views around business growth, GDP, opportunity, jobs, luxury, lifestyle.
It's really far more than you can think. Since if you take this issue of LGBT and religion, that if you consider what the context was, and that's what many tend to miss. Say, if you were back millennia ago, what was the context in which those scriptures were actually written? If you at least can keep that context in mind, that it by no means it was reflective of what was the prevailing norms, the conventions of the day, as opposed to something that should just be imposed into the contemporary present era, then that's one way to do. And regarding the whole thing about GDP is that, keep in mind the origins of that. It came from trying to fight depression. That was the intent of it in the 30s and 40s. And
which was terrible, right?
Right. It was justifiable then. And then what happening was that how it then became all encompassing, and then this reaction in the 70s and 80s was, it's someone, one of the commenters to a collaborative of mine, they actually have a very good blog, pedestrian observations. So in their comments section, one actually wrote, it was quite an astute observation about it, and something that actually is pretty consistent if you're an observer of history in that era, is that by the 70s and 80s, and this is really specific to the UK, but you find parallels elsewhere, none of the major political parties, so neither the Labour nor the Tories, acknowledged that by the 70s, because of developments following the Second World War, society had fundamentally changed. And the response was, from either side, was in their own flavors. Well, how then do we go back to how it was in the 50s without realizing that there was no going back, because society had changed in those 3 decades by the time late 70s rolled around, that there's no going back. And then so much effort was then expended decades after on trying to resurrect what things were like in the 50s.
Yeah, it's beautifully put.
Yeah, and that's where much of the curriculum comes from, is trying to resurrect. And this whole thing about how I see so many people blaming neoliberalism when not well, that was actually sold as a way of restoring the prosperity of the 50s and 60s. By the time the late 70s and the early 80s roll around, that was how it was sold as. It wasn't some imposition. People bought into it because it sounded so attractive.
Yes.
And I'll point out, this is David again, that in that same period, and I'm speaking as someone who was there, most of the things we are talking about today were explicitly or implicitly foreshadowed in a variety of circles. I'm thinking about, for instance, Barry Commoner's challenge to the Democratic Party in 1980, along with William Wimpesinger and to some degree Ted Kennedy, and the development of the Environmentalists for Full Employment initiatives at the time that I was involved in, and others that were very consciously saying, you know, here is A, we've got to abandon these models. B, here's the bridge to get from here to there. And of course, C was in the United States, Reagan. And, you know, where in all of that was abandoned. And so the cyclical nature of the reaction is part of the problem. I was fairly deeply enmeshed in some of these efforts in the late 90s, both governmentally and otherwise in the US, and observed all the work that we had been doing was wiped from the servers, and the ability to network amongst people who were developing alternative, what would now be called circular models. The funding was cut to do that when Bush arrived. So there's that, and I'm not extolling a Democratic versus Republican. I'm observing some concrete things that happen. And, you know, so that I think one of the things that I'm left with, and I'm curious, again, for those of us who are here, I'm sure many of us have found opportunities to assert that the emperor has no clothes, to try to negotiate in our organizations alternative ways of approaching these problems. And the challenge, and also having worked with many whistleblowers over the years, I'm aware of the challenges and consequences that people fear in those sorts of positions. But so the question of solidarity is hugely important. And the question of, well, and related questions, including, you know, this solidarity of how to do, you know, cohesive community building such as this, while recognizing people will be torn by their career and other priorities. I don't have I have many examples of partial answers to this, but the challenge, if there is such a challenge as you were just describing for this period, of what is it that would effectively move us out of that cycle of reaction. And I don't have an answer, but I think that's a great challenge question. And the couple of examples I gave are examples I know that were fairly coherent, and some of them continue to try to address them.
I mean, it just starts with acceptance, doesn't it? I think of how the situation really is, and unfortunately, that's the big win next, that we're actually realistic about the situation we're in, what's really happening. Because if we can't acknowledge it, I'm not sure how we do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we've acknowledged
You know what's interesting? Yeah, but you know, we're in that regard, we're very much, this is why they say history may not repeat itself, but what's the rest of the phrase? It doesn't repeat itself, but it's pretty damn familiar. Here's the thing, so we are very much, I hate to say it, I mean, you have to ask yourselves if we're really as innovative as we think we are. So we are literally in many ways in the same position that prior societies that have long since, you know, vanished have been in. And so Jared Diamond is one of many researchers, sociologists that studies the collapse of societies, which is something that I'm very passionate about, right? And he does it from a historical perspective, obviously. And his research early on, one of the things that I found fascinating about what the findings were across the board, or what the sort of general consensus was or is that one of the very few things that all societies that have been sort of followed and documented, throughout recorded history, right? The one thing that all of these societies had in common, in terms of their collapse, is that there is a turning point.
Charlie's doing it again. Cliffhangers.
Sorry, that was so rude. What happens is
the turning point.
Nice, right? The turning point. I know, right? It's like, no. Well, they collapsed. The one thing that they have in common, well, there's a couple of things. Number one, it's usually because they obviously they use up all their resources. That's usually just the case in different reasons. But the reaction of the leaders, the response of the leaders in that society, when they see very clearly, this is what the research has been saying, is that all of the societies, Mayans, whatever, Romans, they all saw the collapse happening as it was happening. And granted, yes, it takes place over the course of decades. A society doesn't just collapse overnight. But certainly when it gets to a point where the leaders say, okay, we can no longer farm here, we can no longer use the land here or whatever, rather than create solutions that will get them out of the collapse or begin to reverse the collapse or send them in a different direction, they actually double down on the behaviors that cause the collapse. And that in turn creates what? An exponential sort of, drive towards their own demise. It's very fascinating. The people of the societies, actually the citizens, they double down. They see the leaders double down on their behavior, right? On the whatever that is, the politics that are creating these, and then the people actually double down on their behavior, and that causes a sort of point of no return of the collapse. That's where we are. We're still perpetuating the behaviors. Now, you could say we're changing them in some regard, but we're certainly not changing them quick enough, and we're not doing enough. And it's really fascinating that we're facing our own collapse, and we're pretty much, doing the same thing that other societies did. I don't know. What do you guys think of that? Are we just wired to just, self-destruct and then?
But that's Pompeii, isn't it? They'd rather live on an active volcano than have to move.
Well,
it's flippin' obvious it's going to explode at some point. And they're still like
a couple of examples. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go on, David.
I'm curious, Charlie, because I think that Diamond's work is very important for this.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I'll quickly drop 3 examples that I think are relevant. One is some research was done by landscape architecture folks at University of Illinois a few years ago, looking at Tokugawa, Japan, as an example of an island which was isolated for hundreds of years with high population and relatively successful agriculture sustained throughout that period. And their conclusion was in part, that's where you get a shogunate, and people who raise their heads too high get their heads cut off, but they get fed. Not a great answer, but it is one of these things of looking for historical sustainability alternatives. Another is a study, still unfinished, I'd say, but research and some writing I did a few years ago on what are the possibilities for syncretic sustainability cultures, looking at national character type studies and others that have been fairly well developed, although some of them are pretty controversial over the last 50 years. And the question of where can you observe this kind of sustainability syncretism, borrowing from different cultures to learn about how to survive. The example in Ethiopia, for instance, you were raising coupled with innovation practices that respect that kind of cultural bonding and capacity is a challenge, but seems ripe for syncretic opportunity. The last thing I wanted to say was that there's a great opportunity, I guess, for folks to think about what it means to step out of what Lewis Mumford called the pyramid of power, or Murray Bookchin refers to in terms of moving towards ecological societies. And the opportunity is to, well, part of it is to refuse to participate, but the other is to name it. And not just in passing, but to talk about the collapse of societies you referred to. Part of what they were doing is trying to reinforce and solidify the hierarchical structure of leadership and custom and pattern that they had, rather than embracing change. And if we look at how our society is structured, the deep metaphors of Mumford's pyramid of power and the myth of the machine and so on, being willing to address those, and perhaps in this period, unlike when Langdon Winter was raising this years ago and got booted out of MIT, this may be the period when people are more open to hearing that, even as people talk about mind-melding cyborgs. I don't know, but I think it's even mind-melding cyborgs need to be treated as something other than integration into larger systems of machines. So there you go.
Excellent.
Should we have some closing thoughts? David, go on.
Oh no, just and particularly with Diamond, and again, something welcome for the future. My love-hate relationship with collapsology is, I realize, has been provoked by what you said. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I call it collapsology too, by the way.
Yeah.
This has been great.
So
I do appreciate you indulging me.
Can I ask you a question? Who do you, what ideas in collapsology do you think? I mean, because that, by the way, I was citing Diamond. He's one of many, and that research is fairly old. I think some of it obviously still holds up. But what do you see? And there's quite a few new ones just in the past 10 years. Are you hearing anything with regards to collapsology that is helping to sort of give us or give you a more sort of a more nuanced understanding of what's happening in our unique times? And I know every civilization wants to think that they're unique, but we are, just in terms of the technology and that we're able to witness our own collapse in a way that no other civilization ever has before. Yes, they've seen that they were able to see things would change, but we're like seeing it in real time. And that in and of itself is causing the collapse that sort of happened quicker than we can even do anything about it. So are you hearing anything else or know of any other research or ideas that are?
Two things occur to me, and I'll ponder that because I do have some thoughts. I don't have the references in front of me, but two things. One is the ubiquity of the conversation right now gives me a bit of hope in that, it may be at the Gandhian, then they fight you, then you win sort of moment around this, in terms of global conversation becoming how, not if, and so on solutions. The other thought was, I'm rather heartened by the pushback that Foresight Institute and others are getting around their versions of long-termism. And there's some very good critical things that have been put in there. And that's an example of a long tradition going back to Herman Kahn and others of this sort of relatively, I know everyone involved will dispute some of the terms, but let's say libertarian futures forecasting, resulting in exclusion of critical voices and perspectives, and so on. So I think that the fact that that pushback is occurring is helpful, and at least puts a check on some of the billionaire class who thinks they're just going to, control their own think tanks to wire the problem the way they want it to be. And the other is popular movement. And, I think that if I sat in on some of the Via Campesino organizing meetings a couple of years ago, and, they're very clear, and their program is very direct, and they're dealing with, this, as is the indigenous Green New Deal folks, from a tradition that understands cycles of history and understands the kind of solidarity that works for them in their communities. And so what they are producing as responses to what they already know as collapse, both historical and current, is very hopeful in some sense. That they're not sugarcoating it, but they are inviting deep solidarity. So those are my thoughts on that question. And there's more that will pop up as soon as we finish talking, I'm sure. That's a good provocation. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. I love that what you said about long-termism, because I particularly have an issue with that myself. As a matter of fact, I launched Tech 2025 in 2016 as a sort of it's not as a counter to that, but as what you would call a futurist organization. I refuse to look at anything beyond 2025. That's what Tech 2025 is about. Whereas most futurist organizations want to focus on long-termism. And there's a reason to look at the long-term picture. I get that. I felt and believed 100% in 2016 that we have to get people and companies and governments to look at the idea of short-termism as a strength and not a weakness, but probably the thing that will save us, because, you know, I don't know. That's a long story, but I'm really fascinated by what you've said. Thank you for your insights. And also the other thing I would add is the in addition to the long-termism, I think what gets coupled in with that, or has recently because of Sam, what's his face, the guy who got the crypto guy who got the, you know, the Bernie Madoff. Thank you so much. Why can't I remember his name? It was in my brain. Right, definitely not a genius, but he sure did swindle a lot of people. But in addition to the long-termism, altruism. I almost tie those two things together, because especially when you talk about, in my opinion, when you talk about climate change, those two things, long-termism, what's going to happen to our children 50 years from now, and then altruism, we have to save the planet. Those two things are tied together, and I think it's almost like it's like a noose around the neck of anything that we can really get done. That's just my opinion. I could be, you know, I'm not saying that's an absolute. It's just, it at least warrants a different look at that, the whole thing. Like, what do we really owe our future generations? I tend to think that they owe us. If you've survived, then maybe you should be telling me how to do what I do. And maybe there's a way that we can reach out to them. I don't know. I'm being crazy right now, but do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's not a way to that whole, like,
Absolutely. And were you going to say something else?
No, not at all. That was it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think negotiating these metaphors, which instead of being used to guide us, become reasons to not think beyond them, and I don't just mean beyond them, think with them into what it means to live them. Is crucially important. So this and other conversations I hope to continue offline. So thank you. I don't know what to do with the short-termism versus long-termism language. So I'm very curious to see what you've done with Tech 2025.
One remark I made earlier was about acknowledging the situation that we're in. But when I think about us as a species, I mean, it's difficult because, I mean, I'm not religious. I believe in many wonderful forces in the world, but I don't believe in some sort of purposeful creator in the way that others do. And when you look at the science, I mean, like there was these kind of basically apes in 3 epicenters of the world, and only one of them, the one in Africa, you know, turned into a hominid through evolution. So we know it's purely environmental, like if you look at it from that perspective. And so many other things, and then fire and cooking food, and why, you know, the energy savings that we got in our body from eating cooked food rather than raw food went to our brain. Who knows? Why didn't we get a bigger heart or bigger lungs? We don't know. But that's the way it went. For some reason, you know, the brain was advantageous evolutionary, and now, of course, it's disadvantageous evolutionary, because it's destroying us. But it happened so fast, didn't it? Like 30,000 years or something. So it's just phenomenal. We just can't comprehend, I don't think, how we went from, you know, banging things over the head with a club to building houses to putting rockets in space. I mean, just can't understand. But the point of my story to get there is that we still have limitations, right? And that's what I don't think we accept. Like, no one accepts a cat to write a novel. We know it's never going to happen. We don't think, you know, a goat is going to write a play, you know. It's just silly to think that they would do that. We understand every species and more or less where the line is. A dolphin can do this, it can't do that. But we have no line for us. We just think like we're not a species. Like there's nothing we can't do. And if there is something we can't do, obviously, it's you know, agreement and cooperation at a global level. Like, what if we just drew the line and said we just cannot do that, just like a cat can't write a book?
Or ask the question, which is what I try to ask, you know, about anything related to the idea of, oh, well, it's a grounding question, which is, it's just 3 words, at what cost, right? I mean, at what cost? Okay, we get to Mars, at what cost? And that's different than what is the price, at what cost to humanity, at what cost to myself, my friends, my family. I mean, it's a very vague, I know, a vague thing, but it's something that when they're building these technologies, when we're doing these fantastic things that end up kicking us in the teeth down the road, I don't think that we ponder that, to your point, enough. We're looking at what we can do, and for that reason, we should do it. And it's like, you know, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, my brain gets blown by the amount of people that we meet on a daily basis, particularly in work like this. And it's very hard to remember all the interactions that you have with people, because not that long ago, I'd probably only know 100 people in my entire life. Most of them I'd be related to. And so, you know, that's still where we thrive, isn't it? In the small groups. So, I mean, how we can break down these massive challenges back into, say, 250 people parcels at a time, something comprehensible from my brain and others. But to try and cooperate with 8 billion people on what we should be doing, I don't think I can figure that out, but I could, you know, I can do stuff at the community level. So, don't know. I just think.
But that's what made the pandemic so fascinating, because that was a global cosmic timeout, right? For everyone. We actually couldn't really, you know, sort of, it was a timeout. We couldn't really do the things that I think maybe were distracting to us with regards to some of the things that we could think about how we are living our lives daily. How to, and to someone else's point, I forget his name because he made such a great point about, you know, does it really make sense that you could get a car and go to the gym and then ride a bike that goes nowhere? Isn't that kind of stupid? I mean, so the distractions that we usually had when we had the pandemic, it was a timeout. We didn't have to engage with so many people. We didn't have to go to work, get on trains, well, we had to work, but and even in that instance, I mean, this is a question, even with that time out where we were able to sort of look within ourselves, ask some hard questions, make some decisions, it feels as if we're in some ways right back to where we were before, or even maybe worse, because there's I think a sort of a general feeling of, well, what the hell do we do now? like, you know what I mean? Like,
what do we do?
The timeout doesn't seem to have helped. Maybe it did. What did we do?
I mean, I'm totally with you. I stayed with my then partner on the coast in Norfolk in the UK, beautiful area. And like, it's just so liberating. Like, we just cooked every day because that's what we had to do. You know, there's no chance of going to Thailand. So you just forget about that. Just enjoy what's around you. It's wonderful. There's no pressure. Because it's more than enough. My goodness.
Oh, I loved it.
Like, you know.
I loved it. They had to drag me out the house. They had to drag me out of the house when it was all said and done. I'm an introvert, so I was like, what's the problem?
I'm the same. I'm forever changed.
I have a thought for you. This is David again. You know, your point about scale, whether it's 250 or 400 or roughly, you know, the Dunbar numbers around what it takes for communities to hang together. And actually know each other face to face for decision making. One of the projects I've been involved in off on for a number of years is trying to understand, I mentioned intentional communities and the eco-village scale development that they take on sometimes. But one of the challenges is understanding the politics of that. The villages for most people are ostensibly political units. In the US, it's precincts, which are the smallest unit of political governance and voting and so on, the smallest level at which you can install elected leadership in direct democratic processes. And really the only ubiquitous direct democracy in the United States. And yet they're totally neglected. They're deprecated by parties as organizing systems in favor of targeted media and mass media to motivate people around political issues. Therefore, people don't talk to each other at the local level, the actual local level of a few hundred people about what they can do right there with their own property, their own lives. And yet franchise voting is tied to geography almost everywhere in the world. And therefore, this distancing from the dialogue of the most local of franchise opportunities is horribly frustrating, but also a great opportunity for people who want to take on how to build that kind of engagement. And then from that engagement that is genuinely about sustainability transitions. What do we do given who we actually are? And I think for each of us individually, I mean, my observation, trying to do some of that at various times, are the various kinds of overlays we all have with larger systems, and also the simple, well, the reality for an introvert may be a little different, but for almost everybody, fear of talking to your neighbors seriously. So that is part of the project I'm doing now. But this question of the franchise and the politics of this, I think, is crucially important and largely ignored by folks, even the ones who advocate for citizen assemblies and so on, still are subsuming those to larger systems when they envision them. So there's a thought about how to talk to your neighbors and turn that into action that has substantive legitimation.
Yeah. Okay. Natural place to pause for today.
Thanks again. I hope I've weighed in good ways.
I wouldn't miss the after party for the world. I learned so much from this kind of different, I think Paul called it the sofa kind of dynamic earlier on. This is more the bean bags, isn't it? And just a relaxed environment just to kind of test out how things sound sometimes when you say them to some good company and some smart people. So it's a real gift. We've been programming for 6 hours. I think Guillaume's been here for about 6 hours, which is commitment.
Boss. Boss.
That's pretty awesome. He still looks pretty fresh as well, I reckon.
I know, he's smiling. I'm like,
He's ridiculously handsome, but that's a different question, isn't it? That's
Or final fun for me, yeah. But a great session for today, and it reached my mind also. But yeah, it's very nice to hear from everyone, from your mind, from your inside. And thank you very much for this.
Well, thank you.
This is really a great topic to get a conversation about digital and the planet, like I said before. And yeah, it's really important to have a big insight on this, because the future can be really, I can say, drastic for us if we have not a serious discussion on it.
And Guillaume and I stay in contact, and I'm sure we'll be more intertwined in the future in things that we do, I'm sure. But for now, we just stay in contact. But I was just saying that, we've done these for 3 and a bit years. And the conversation's never the same. It is moving forward. We come back to this topic every 3 months in its entirety, and it's moved forward and it's different. We're not stuck. I know that much, just from this small little parcel of people that we see around the world, but we're not stuck. It's not the same conversation over and over again. So thanks for being here. I
love that.
I've had an amazing 6 hours. And
You're brilliant. You're brilliant.
I just enjoy it.
Expecting to come on this call. This is like a cult, but a good one. Okay.
Did you say it's a
good
cult?
It's like a cult, but a good one, because I couldn't walk away. I didn't expect to, like, you drew me in, and then the after chat, and I'm like, oh, I'm busy, but I couldn't pull away. It was just so much. Thank you all so much for
you're welcome.
so much to think about.
I dabbled with online dating very briefly, hated it over Christmas. And my friend said to me, are you telling people you run a cult? And I said, it's not a cult. And he said, people that don't run a cult say it's not a cult. I said, it's not a cult, you can't win. Okay, it is a cult. What do I say?
It's a cult. That's right. It's a climate change cult. What's the problem? No, it's not even climate change. It's like, what the hell are we going to do?
Like you said, Charlie, a good cult. That's not a paradox, is it?
A good cult, yeah.
All right. Bless you all.
Thank you so much,
for your
Richard.
company. Thank you, Charlie. Oh, Yombo's back. I swear you disappeared. Yeah, he is. Yango, we're done, man. I gotta get some food. Don't kick us off with something fascinating again.
Bye, everyone.
All right, take care, everybody. See you soon.